could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Go take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna me to be. I could be everything you need me to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. 'Cause I need you to look at it before you go touch your taste and feel it on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go taste it, I need you to breathe. 'Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you wanna be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, 'cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, hold up, hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team. I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, 'cause the time costs. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. 'Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall pay, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex. run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it's still like clutch. Team G6 and the league say ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken and ain't no debate on the hood, man. And catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Oh, hot. Fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG. It won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man. We finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cops shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
música.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm not calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Gravity. everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting that feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, hold up, hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, cause the time costs. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate
It looked like a fairy tale come true when Tarzan joined LNG in spring. Reality hits hard though.
Oh, boy, Tarzan! That's gonna win the fight for damn sure with a clean ace on top of it!
In the spring playoffs, Sumin decimated LNG. SOFM was out for blood as he invaded Tarzan's jungle without mercy. LNG could not stop Sumin's rampage. The Lions didn't even drop a game, and the Chi Lin was left reeling as Sumin surpassed them.
Trouble ticking away, goes down, and it's first blood for SOFM. Gets the resets, and the autos are coming on through, the rockets exploding.
A fly beneath their claw. LNG have grown since spring into a force to be reckoned with. Tarzan has flourished in the LPL, a guardian for his laners. Now LNG remind the world as the power they once held.
Available for Ally if they want to go for this fight. In he goes, move forward onto 3, the rocket is there.
A myth no longer.
Go down, another huge ult from Tarzan. The damage is just out of this world. RNG maybe find an opportunity though. Tarzan in the backline right now.
A legend retold. A prideful story. A battle for jungle supremacy begins, but only one can claim the territory for their own.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. It is week 7, day 2. I am Penguin. I am joined today by Lyric, who had a nice hiatus, gave him a little break, didn't want him to burn out, but he's coming back fresh and renewed. How are you doing, buddy?
You know, I'm actually really upset about that. I had 8 days off. I'm missing the LPL. I want to be here, and it's crazy. I mean, you just said it, that the fact that we're already in week 7 just feels so weird. There's only 3 weeks of LPL left.
Yep, it is. It is slowly hitting the climax as we kind of inch our way day by day, game by game towards the end of the regular split. But let's look at what happened yesterday before we can get into today, and we can have a quick look. And it was a pretty standard 2-0-2-0. Rogue Warriors' hype train derailed as soon as it got going.
Yeah, and that was, you know, we expected it to happen eventually. I don't know if any of us expected it to happen up against TT, but TT, overall good performance for them. Xiaopeng showing some good performances. Long Xing's Mundo just running through Rogue Warriors. And then IG getting a little bit of momentum back, picking up an expected win over Victory 5. And when you look at IG, I mean, it's been the talking point for them the past 2 series, right? That it is looking grim if IG want to make playoffs, sitting at 4-7. For most splits, you've been allowed to get up to like 8 losses, and anything more than that has been pretty much just breaking those chances completely. So IG gonna have to step up if they want to be an org that gets back to playoffs, because IG have been in playoffs ever since Rookie has joined the organization.
They have never missed it since Rookie got in, so this would be a massive blow to them. But on the other side of that, look at the clump of people in that middle between, I would even argue, 4th to about 11th, 12th, where you're looking at people saying there's only 1, maybe 2 games separating a lot of these players, or a lot of these teams.
It's even second, right? It's even second place, even FPX. Like, you're sitting 8 wins to 6, which is all the way in 11. So only EDG really having good distance between themselves and the rest of the competition.
We'll have a look now and see what distance shall be gained or lost today as we look at today's matchup. So we got ourselves a bit of a mid-table madness as WE are going to start us off against LGD in Hangzhou, and then later on we have BLG versus JDG. Again, every single one of these teams needs the W right now.
Yeah, I think both matchups really exciting. JDG, they can find form, bounce back after the loss to Suning. And then today's matchup, where we get Xie up against his longtime team, WE.
Fun, always fun to talk about Xie and going up against his former team, but we'll talk about that one a little bit in a moment. But we're going to first kind of look at I suppose the deadlines approaching for WE and LGD, because they are still in the middle of the table, but they're not looking super good. And we can see here Mundo just presenting us with the report, and it looks a lot easier for LGD than it does for WE.
Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a caveat there, right? LGD sporting 2 more losses than WE have, but like you're saying, WE having to play up against RNG, Top Esports, EDG, 3 extremely tough tests for them. Where when you look at LGD, you know, their schedule is about the same. WE, LNG, and OMG, all going to be tough teams for LGD to beat for sure, but I think all about the same challenge, to where EDG is really rough, RNG are stepping up in form. You know, Top Esports are never one you can count out. And we've been saying, the LPL split is almost over, and something Munchable has pointed out to me is that when so many teams have so many wins kind of become less valuable. So when every team is sitting on 6 wins, it means that you're going to need more wins to cement yourself a playoff spot. So for teams like W and LGD, who despite having pretty decent placements in the middle of the pack, I think they have looked really rough in terms of their gameplay on the Rift. They're going to need to step up today, and this is going to be a crucial one in getting that confirmed playoff spot.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. And of course, you know, a win between W and LGD today for either side can mean the difference. If they end up equal on game score, if they end up equal in the standings, this could be a deciding factor of who gets that spot, or even slightly higher in the playoffs. But looking towards WE, they've been on and off. They've had good moments, they've had bad moments, but I definitely think this is definitely more of a topside story for the WE team.
Yeah, WE coming out with their own musical, like West Side Story, which is apparently getting a remake this year, next year. Shout out for anyone who wants to see that. But yeah, for WE, it's all about playing around
for
Breathe.
For all my musical theater buffs.
There we go. For playing around Breathe, for playing around Beishang. I really feel like this is the only way that WE have consistently gotten advantages, is that Breathe's laning phase, absolutely spectacular. He does such a good job of like wave management, finding trades, calling Beishong up to get dives. We saw that in their series against LNG, that it was all about this man finding his own advantages, and then Beishong able to capitalize off of them is what brings WE into the mid game, where they can find themselves in a position to snowball.
And that's the big thing as well. We look at this, this team, and it has been breathed. It has been about this topside carry, and the meta is in such a perfect position where if WE can keep this one going consistently between Beishong and Breathe, they should be able to, take on some of the best teams in the league.
I definitely think it's fair to say that Breathe and Beishong are probably the best top jungle duo in the LPL. They're one of the very few duos that consistently play around top jungle. I would say people might be asking, what about RNG? For RNG, it's not really a duo. It's a lot more of that, right? Me making his way up there, even crying sometimes coming up there. For WE, it is a true duo. It's always about these two looking for these plays on the top half of the map. And we saw that against Ultra Prime. We saw that against LNG. And I'm sure we're going to see that again today up against LGD.
And I think the big thing for LGD is that it's a new day, but the same me as you've beautifully coined it. As LGD, they don't have much changing for themselves as the split has gone on. They've definitely shown that they have a style or a win condition, and if they don't meet that, they kind of falter.
Yeah, I feel like for LGD, the whole split, it's just been about mid jungle. It hasn't changed really at all. I think their other lanes are either average or below average relative to other LPL competition. They typically fall behind in laning phases. Even Xie isn't someone who's an extremely lane dominant player, much more about looking for roams, moving on the map, having high impact in team fights like we saw up against TT. And the question is, can they snowball off the early advantage that Shadow was able to find them through, high impact skirmishes or team fights coming out from him and Xie. So recently we've seen Garvey come back into the roster, replacing Fearness, who was having a pretty decent run. I think especially as Camille and Set had some good games, but LGD were on a 3-series loss streak before beating TT, so it does seem like they needed a bit of change, and there does seem to be a bit of a champion pool switch between Garvey and Fearness. So hopefully Garvey staying on the roster can really facilitate people like Shadow and Xie.
I think that's the big thing, is about finding the facilitator that can just work with the team, and specifically with working with Xie, because Xie is the heart and soul of this team. If he's having a good game, LGD are thumbs up, having a fun time, but if he's not, they do tend to fall to the wayside.
That's the thing, right? When Xie shows up, it gives them a lane to play around, because I feel like when he doesn't, that's when it becomes a bit volatile, to where sometimes we'll see top or bot lane be able to get their own advantages, but it's never consistent like Xie, who has shown that he can do it in the past. So for Xie, it has been a great meta for him. He has always been more of this heavy skirmisher in the past few splits. Things like the Silas have been his bread and butter. He's been one of the only mid laners that have consistently pulled out the Viego as well, which I feel like is a pretty solid advantage for LGD over other teams. So hopefully for LGD today, they can find ways to draft interesting comps and be able to utilize him to the max. But something like that Viego pick actually is a bit of an interesting point to why LGD might have been struggling a bit more recently, because LGD were one of the prime teams that was doing so well with AD soul laners and bringing out AP junglers. Shadow's most played was the Rumble, and we've seen the metas pretty much completely shifted to Olaf, Lee Sin, and Xin Zhao being the go-to picks in that jungle role.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the early skirmishing power. We saw it actually. It was an interview with, I believe, Mako, excuse me. I can't remember. It was a player off of JDG. I don't know why my head went to Mako when he's on EDG, but they're talking about the early priority and how important it is to be able to have the early skirmishing power pretty much across the board. You cannot just sit back and relax and wait to scale up or get, as I say, the Rumble or something like that, because it just doesn't work anymore. The things like I said, Zhao, the Olafs, the Lee Sins in the jungle position are forcing out the, I suppose, adaptation that you have to go through. And hell, we're even seeing people like Angel making another adaptation. You picked the LeBlanc, we picked the Malzahar. There's just, layers upon layers upon layers of this 4D chess going on towards pick ban.
Yeah, and I even feel like it just opens up the mid lane pool so much more as well, and that's why teams like RNG are starting to find themselves, because, hey, when Olaf's back in the meta, when Zinzo's back in the meta, that brings back champions like the Orianna, which we were seeing before. It makes it so you can bring out these more interesting LeBlanc counter picks like the Malzahar. We've seen certain teams like Ultra Prime bring out the Vladimir. It just really adds so much more depth to the mid lane meta, to where it's like, hey, cool, we still do have these AD soul laners. You still can pick yourself a Diana, but I definitely think with the more jungle choices being unlocked through recent patches, it has definitely done way more for certain teams. And going back to Team WE, it feels like WE are one of the teams who can heavily benefit off of that, because Shanks' champion pool has stayed pretty small so far. He has 6 games on Sylas and 2 games or less on everything else. So if he is a player who can just follow in the footsteps of Cryan, go back to a Twisted Fate, go back to an Orianna, I feel like Shanks and WE are going to be a lot happier about it.
I think that's the big thing. I think it's that when you have such priority around the jungle pools, or around such big power picks in the AD kind of skirmishers, it does lend itself to saying you can't just ban out Cryan, or you cannot just ban out Shanks as such, and you take away his 2 or 3 most comfortable picks. So we'll see what WE and LGD are able to do now as the meta slowly shifts onwards. We are going to be moving to 11-14 on Thursday, still on 11-13 today. And again, very, very important matchup here for both these squads. LGD and WE both desperate for a win to just kind of put them nicely and securely on 7 wins.
Yep, but we are going to be right into draft. I like some of the flavor we're seeing already. WE, knowing that Kramer does love his Ziggs, are going to take that one away immediately. The champion I'm still really looking out for is Akali, which has been so highly prioritized in recent weeks on 11.13. She's the most played champion, highest presence champion on this patch, but she's not going to be taken away, so the Akali still left open, Viego open, Zinza open. There are so many priority picks, and LGD gonna go straight towards that Viego for what we highlighted earlier. This has been one of the stock and standard picks for Xie in the mid lane.
And this is the thing I just said a second ago. If you throw specific bans into quote-unquote non-OPs, the Ziggs, the Aphelios, obviously on the side of WE, you are leaving yourself open to just having this free-for-all where everyone gets everything OP and nobody knows what's going on. Look at these picks! Look how many's going through!
I'm so... You know, the second we saw the Viego ban, it's like, okay, you know Zinzao Akali is coming out on the other side, but then you know Diana with either Nocturne or Lee Sin is going to be the go-to for LGD. And now for W, we're kind of looking at them like, where do you go from here? Sure, that Lee Sin is still left open, but with the fact they have the AD jungler, you would expect something like the Sylas to come out. So already getting full top sides for both teams, a lot of skirmishing, a lot of early game aggression able to happen, and just a lot of outplay potential on both sides.
Such quick first phase, and you can see now Team WE taking their time with the next one because they're kind of going, right, well, all the OPs have been picked, and we've already hit the bot lane, so we're just going to go ahead and take out the support. So Rakan locked away from Mark, and I wouldn't be surprised to see WE just keep chucking bans into this support role and putting pressure onto Mark's champion pool.
And I'm really keeping my eyes on 80 carries, actually, because I feel like the 380 carries we've really seen step up in recent weeks are Aphelios, Kalista, and Varus. To where the Aphelios are already taken off the table. A bit surprising, LGD are going towards more, I'd say, niche bans, just really targeting out Elk, who has strayed away from those more... those rising 80 carries. The last ban I would expect for LGD maybe being that Varus. It is Elk's second most played champion. And then you're putting him into a situation where maybe they just pick up the Thresh and go that hyper carry route, because Elk hasn't been a player who's shown us that he gravitates towards that Kalista that has been seeing so much prio in recent series. Oh
wow,
no.
A lot of support bans here. The Alistar is going to be one here. Honestly, I think you can just take either the Kalista or maybe the Nautilus here. You try and the Thresh as well, another fantastic pick. You've got so many options here in the bot side. So WE, they're thinking about it. The one thing they do have to be careful with is the combination they go with whatever they go for. Do they pick support first or do they pick AD carry? Because they will not get their second rotation until after LGD have picked theirs. But they do pick up the Thresh, like you mentioned. And now LGD, you just got to round out your comps, buddy.
I expect LGD to just go Varus with Nautilus here. I really don't see any reason why you wouldn't do that as LGD. It's so surprising the amount of prio picks that made it through. We get Thresh when champions like Alistar and Kaisar being banned. You get Varus left untouched by everyone. And we end up in this weird circumstance where it's like, okay, both teams can end up with kind of god comps on both sides. Okay, LGD not going to go with the Varus, going to go with the Kalista. Still completely fine in my opinion. It's like, Penguin, I have no idea what's going to happen. I just know with these champions, we should be seeing a ton of action.
I mean, honestly, there's so many options here now for Mark, so many tanks. He's just circling through them right now. I would like to see the Nautilus. I think the Nautilus does fit up pretty nicely.
No,
yep, they lock and load that one. AP Jarvan support has not been a thing for a very long time.
It's not been that long. It's been like 6 or 7 months. That's, you know, that's not a year. But now for WE, the Ashe pick has been something we've been seeing more of come into prominence in recent series, especially from Rogue Warriors. Betty's been picking that champion nonstop. It is pretty good into the Kalista with the slows that it brings and just really being able to hamper down on her attack speed. It gives you another player to play around in the bottom lane, gives you a lot of kill pressure, and something I really like seeing with this Xin Zhao. And WE just taking a page out of Rogue Warriors' book. We were hitting on, hey, it's all about the topside focus for WE, but this does at least give them an avenue at level 6 if they want to try and find more ways and more lanes to pressure.
And that's the big thing. You're following up in the bot side saying, yes, you have the Kalista Nautilus, very good kill pressure lane, but the Ashe and the Thresh are so good at just mitigating all of that. And if you can just keep going tit for tat, toe to toe in that bot side without really losing much, you're in a good position as WE, because if that Kalista gets jumped on by a Xin Zhao, a Sylas, and a Kali, they're blown up. There's nothing that they can do at that point. They have to just accept their fate if they have no way out, and then that's where WE are really looking to shine. And also as well with that, you got the utility with the Ashe, the hawk shot in those early stages. You generally see people take it level 3 or even sometimes level 2 if they're really feeling that they're, you know, not under any pressure, and they can just chuck it down and towards the jungle, get that information, know exactly where the enemy jungler is going.
And you know, you said something really interesting to me about like kind of pointing out how Team WE and LGD wanted to play, and it's just so strange to me how similar their comps are. Both of their comps have full-on divers on top side. Both their comps have very vulnerable AD carries on the bottom half of the map. Sure, the Ashe does have the Thresh. You have a bit of peel there yourself. Kalista having some kiting tools, but to me, I feel like this is going to be a really interesting match for the fact that both comps are going to be looking for these same kinds of skirmishes. They're both going to be looking for 5v5s. They both benefit from flanks or who can get control of that side prio to find different avenues into the fight. I think for the side of LGD, they do have more pushing lanes early on, so that should be able to benefit them, should give Shadow time to farm up, hit that level 6 mark where he can start having the impact that he wants.
And we are on to the riff for Game 1 of the best of 3 between Team WE and LGD. I'm going to be seeing some level 1 shenanigans. Actually a little interesting there. We can see an early ward on this top side here. So they're waiting to see if there's going to be, you know, Garvey and Shadow maybe going for a sneaky outplay, shall we say, onto the Akali. But good early ward here from the side of WE, just kind of squashing out any potential bugs that could be hiding around.
Yeah, and WE also on the opposite side, right? Able to get that bottom side ward in the middle brush. So going to be able to try and get control of the bottom lane 2v2. And they're going to start early on. They're going to look for this lane invade just to get some more vision down. So WE doing a really good job of getting these 3 wards onto the map early on. We see both junglers going for opposite clears. It does look like Shadow's going to clear towards that top side of the map. Where for Beishang, he's starting top, but Garvey, being a little bit cheeky, is waiting for Breathe in that brush. Going to look for a bit of a heavy trade.
They are pinging him. They know he's there. They're saying, look, he's not in this first bush. He's got to be in that second bush. And Breathe playing totally respectful right now, saying, I'm not moving forward until I know exactly where you are. Even starts with the Shroud just to get inside of Experience Rage. Very smart move here from Breathe. But Garvey needs to kind of use this early advantage. We'll have pretty much total control of this lane right up until about level 6, and that's when it becomes more of a skill matchup.
And that's the thing, right? Garvey was going to have Prio in this lane no matter what. We know Viego incredibly strong in lane phase. Viego's level 1 especially is just absolutely ridiculous. Would be able to kite out and tether on Akali's range, just play through those Qs. So like you said, Breathe going to just do his best to be able to get in EXP range. Going to wait for a few levels when he can start looking for duels. He himself did take the Ignite, so you know it is going to be a pretty volatile lane up in that top side. Breathe already doing a decent job to be able to look for trades back. We won't expect to see any a jungle intervention, in my opinion, until that about 4 minute 15-second mark, where Beishang will be coming off his reset, making his way back up towards that top side. We know Shadow probably shouldn't be looking for any early gank up top unless Xie wanted to commit a TP and you're trying to set up some sort of dive. I think for LG, not too many plays on the map available.
And this is the Hawk shot, so it's going to spot out Shadow there, so they know exactly his timing on his blue buff, and of course on the Gromp will be as well. So, and this is exactly what we talked about for the Ashe, you know, the ability to get that full information right across the enemy jungle, just so useful at making sure your lanes are not caught off guard.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a great tool, not even to just make sure your lanes aren't caught off guard, but also to help your jungler tailor his path accordingly, right? Knowing, hey, I can look for a counter jungle here, steal away some camps. I can go topside, look for the fight, because I know I'm stronger 1v1 than you are. Just so many options available, and it's why Ashe is always one of my favorite champions to see come back into the meta because of the strategic depth that she offers, not only through the Hawk Shot, but her Enchanted Crystal Arrow and opening the ways you are able to find engages. But Beishang hovering around mid lane. Shanks doesn't have any mana though.
I was gonna say, not a lot of mana, and there was a spell shield available, so the Abscond Abduct wasn't really going to be able to connect. But you can see now WE just using this slight moment of jungle pressure as Diana had already reset and is going towards that bot side to get that push into mid lane. TP top here from Garvey as Breathe still yet to go back. Double Doran's Blade, and I feel like pros still don't realize it's a unique passive, so you don't get the you just get the health from it and the extra AD. You don't actually get any extra active off of it, so I would have preferred the Doran shield off of him, but whatever, I digress as we come back into top lane.
It's still right, incredibly cheap item where he's just trying to get as efficient stats as possible and snowball lane off there. So Garvey playing for his laning phase for LGD, Shadow making his way down bot, but WE have the ward, so not going to fall for this one. For LGD, I'm surprised Shadow would look for this play when his camp's already coming up towards the top side of the map. We already hit on that Diana, not really a champion who's going to be able to accomplish much before that level 6 mark, but maybe just banking on the fact that WE would be over-aggressive, which, you know, for WE's bottom lane, that's pretty much the story. We've seen Missing and Elk put themselves into plenty of bad situations. And despite having these two comps that appear very brawly, the Sylas, the Akali, the Xin Zhao, Nocturne, Viego on the other side with the Kalista, actually having a relatively calm first few minutes. I think for LGD, you're pretty happy about this because you aren't able to really find any skirmishes yet. To me, LGD's comp really comes online at the level 6 mark. It's going to be much more mid-game strength for them, to where for WE, I think later on they should be able to take skirmishes against LGD. I think the Kalista's definitely going to feel a lot of pain up against the Sylas and the Akali. Ashe has that peel coming in from the Thresh as well. So as long as you're able to shut down Xie, I feel like WE have a much easier time, whether it's looking for front to backs or even just looking to get on the enemy carry.
Well, the Heartbreaker was used down as Garby's trying to see if he could find himself in a Akali. There's the flash forward, but the perfect execution gets him out. And I think you're okay with that trade there. If you're Breathe, you're getting an ultimate for a summoner. I think that's totally fine. You just, you know, might lose a couple of minions, but it's not going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah, and we're already seeing the Gage bot.
Here we go. It's going to be the TP and Nocturne ult down towards that bot side. He's going to find himself there, but Xie does not want to go underneath the tower. Good ultimate from Beishang. Shadow is here, but is not quite level 6. And good little pressure here from LGD, just kind of pushing and prodding at WE, but WE hold firm.
Yeah, and for LGD, they need to turn this one into a dragon, right? You've already committed so much towards making this play. I'm surprised they're actually just going to end up backing off, it looks like. You know the resets are coming out from WE's side, and okay, it does look like in the end Shadow did start this one. I was going to say, you've already put so many resources into making a play on bot side. You brought Xie in with the Paranoia and the TP. You got health bars low. It feels like you need to get something out of that play. But looking back up towards the top side, I'm sure Breathe has survived the early aggression coming from Garvey, but Garvey's still finding a really good advantage for himself, up about 20 CS right now. So for both comps that want to play around being able to get control of side lanes, being able to push and move first, look for flank opportunities, look for opportunities to find picks, you know, LGD specifically are going to be in a good position going into mid-game where Garvey will be able to get prio up against either one of WE soul laners.
Well, right now it is Breathe who has the prio. Garvey giving full respect to the fact that the Breathe still has the Ignite and has the perfect execution available to him. No flash for the Viego as of right now, so just knows the wave is going to be pushing into him and doesn't want to be too crazy about it. There's a pink ward deep enough into the top tri-bush of WE's side, so good early vision here for the side of LGD should Beishang go up towards them. And right now we can see Beishang just roaming around, trying to see where the vision is, trying to see if he can get any kind of an advantage just as Rift Herald spawns.
Up in WE are going to start this one up. I mean, Breathe stacked up that big wave and topside, is able to move first. Shanks is on his way over, and for Shanks, something we never hit on, right, is the fact that he has so many great ultimates to choose from to steal, right? Shadow and She is definitely being the one to stand out. All topsides are here. Bottom lanes are making their way up. Does look like Missing's going to move over first.
Look at the arrow, it's going across, it's not going to hit anybody, so it's going to completely miss. 3 points there through the sticks, as now the Rift Herald taken down to about 2000 HP. The smite's very, very early, and here we go, we go straight on top of it. I'm not quite sure who's able to take that in the end, but it is first blood going over to the Akali as Breathe picks up the first one there. Garvey has no flash and nowhere to go. Shanks gets another one. That's the solo laners getting themselves a kill each, and that is WE just about coming out on top.
And it's really strange for Shadow to go in there without any backup from the rest of his team. I was expecting maybe Shie to pop the ultimate, maybe Garvey follow in as well, but Shadow set up for WE just to be able to focus down one member and then just be able to take the fight very, very cleanly, very smooth for them, right? One member at a time jumping in for the side of LGD. WE feel great about that one. I'm pretty sure they picked up the Rift Herald in that situation, so
there it is.
For WE just winning out, Breathe is the one who ends up with it, so at least for LGD side, you know where it's going to be dropped. It's going to be dropped wherever Breathe is on the map, but we are going to see the replay here. Shadow going in, trying to find the steal. Garvey's shutting out Breathe, but Shie doesn't have the ultimate when this starts, so that's the reason why Shie wasn't able to dive in and try to pair up alongside Shadow, because for either composition, I feel like it's going to be all about jumping in as a coordinated unit, right? If you strike first, if Silas, Akali, and Zinzao can all find their way onto Calista at the same time, you're going to win, but if you're going to end up in situations like that where it's scattered, one member jumping at a time, I actually feel like the team sitting on the objective first, waiting, playing with their own vision is, of course, going to come out on top.
And not only that, but it was, you know, Missing who roamed out first. He was there before Mark was, so Mark were not really in position. And in those situations where positioning and knowing where the enemy is and having, you know, one big ultimate to kind of change the fight matters, someone like a Thresh with a Lantern is going to have infinitely more impact on a fight than someone with a full engage as such. As LGD lose the Rift Herald, they lose 2 kills, and that advantage in mid and top is gone now. It's actually an advantage here for Breathe. It's equal now for Shanks, and this is not a good position here for LGD.
Yeah, you're right. Just gold leads in Soul Lane's completely gone. Beishang going to find an opportunity in mid as well.
Well, they steal away the paranoia, but there are 2 more people coming in here as LGD maybe look to try and re-engage this one. Shadow has got the Moonfall, but no flash to get on top of everybody, so just backs themselves away. Good roam from Mark to keep his mid laner safe. Missing now popping over to see what he can find, but he is sitting on a ward, so they know exactly where this mid support is for WE, and they're not going to give him any kind of bait.
I'm a little surprised that LGD didn't commit to that, maybe because Breathe had pressure up in topside, but you had support there first, you had Paranoia on your jungler, Moonfall is up for Shadow, maybe just look for the play and try and burst them out. You already have the tempo advantage, but the fact that you default back to your lanes, it's going to give WE this window to make this play on topside.
Oh, maybe, but I do believe the Crescent Strike does actually spot out that the Gromp had been hit by the Zinzao. Mist has gone out here, and everyone's just going to kind of back away. Shie does land himself on the up, but they jump over the top of this one and try and just make this fight work for themselves. They're trying to see if they get on top of him, and Shanks will fall. Reset there for Garvey, and he picks up his first kill of the game. And that just feels like WE kind of being a little lazy with their exit for the topside dive.
It's really strange, right? Because we've seen both teams posturing, attempting to make plays, but no real trigger pulled. LGD the first ones. WE, sure, they actually do steal away camp, so it is a net positive for them when they make that play, and LGD were respecting. But like you said, LGD finding their window to where they're able to jump on Shanks. Flash comes out, but still not able to get away, setting up for all of Garvey's damage. And for WE, sure, 1 kill goes down. You're still about 1,000 gold up. And when we've hit on two very, I'd say, pick-heavy, skirmish-heavy compositions coming out, it feels like a lot of this game is going to come down to who is able to stack these dragons and start finding small inches over the other team's composition. So LGD getting the head start on that first dragon feels very nice, as WE going to keep all-inning on the top side.
Garvey can't really stay here with the Ignite available, and of course both ultimates. It's just too much of a risk. They will give up the dragon on the bot side, but it is power and money now for power and money later in the trade. WE happy to just feed off of the top side, and it's exactly what we highlighted coming into this series. Breathe and Beishong, an actual top jungle duo, really doubling down on their strengths here for WE.
Yep. WE always playing through that top side, leaving Elk and missing on an island. A far cry from what they did in 2020 spring, especially, where it was all about playing 4 and through your bottom lane, as we're going to go straight into the replay and have a bit of an interesting angle. And really nice coordination coming out from Xie and Garvey. Garvey coming over the wall at the same time, going to be able to lock him down, get slow enough to where just a Q from Viego finishes him off. And it seems like Breathe and Beishong not expecting that to happen. Garvey utilizing a flash for it, but they knew they had the damage, and they were confident and decisive in making the play.
And that's all you need when you're coming into a game, of course. So very, very close. Like you mentioned, LGD having about a 1,800 gold deficit, but they still have 2 dragons there for them. And it's a Cloud Soul, not the greatest in the world, so see exactly how both these teams want to prioritize that particular fight. But have a look at the items now as we start to come up to the 15-minute mark. You've got the Riftmaker for Breed, big item spike here for the Akali, the Gore Drinker for Beishong, still waiting on the Everfrost for the for Shanks, but the Immortal Shield Bow for the, I was saying that, we're going to see Garvey coming back in.
Nice hook.
They're going to, nice hook, there's the arrow right on top of him as well. They're going to do some paranoia to jump straight onto Elk as he's trying to just kite this one away. The Immortal Shield Bow would only do so much. He flashes, he's going to fall down, but what was used to try and get on top of that one is here comes Breathe and Beishong. You will not get the Terrified today as Breathe picks up another kill, and now they can jump onto the Nautilus as he falls to the depths of the river as Shanks gets himself another one. It looked bad for WE at the start with Ashe getting jumped on, but they make it work.
I love the CC chain coming out from WE in that one, missing, hitting the death sentence. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. And even though Elk went down, we saw the value of the Immortal Shield, but right, buys so much time. Even Mark committing over the wall, just being like, hey, we got to burst him out, but gives time for the other members of WE to follow up to get the rest of those kills. And it's going to turn into another Rift Herald for the side of WE, so going to keep building on that immediate advantage now. LGD only having those 2 dragons to bank on and hoping they'll be able to find something later on, but I definitely think WE are getting the better end of this one as Elk might be caught out again.
Elk, he threw out the hawk shot and kept moving forward. So regardless of the information he gathered, he was dead to rights. It's very, very unfortunate. Luckily though for WE, Elk is not the win condition. Right now, Breathe, Shanks, and Beishong doing so much work as we get a replay of this fight.
Yeah, we're going to see forcing out the Heartbreaker, but immediately into the death sentence. Really nice Enchanted Crystal Arrow to follow up. But like you said, Elk got jumped on right away, but we got another fight.
Mark's been caught, and he will be taken down. That's Shanks with his 3rd kill, and now Shadow with no flash to get himself away. Gets knocked up, taken down. Beishong 2-0-5, looking fantastic on this pick of the Xin Zhao. 100% kill participation for him, and this is really starting to snowball away from the side of LGD.
Yeah, and, you know, nice to see it coming from Beishong. He was one of the highlight junglers for us in 2020. We really couldn't stop talking about this guy. Coming into today, where Shadow has been the big player for LGD, it really felt like that was the test for both sides, right? Who would come out on top, Shadow or Beishong? Beishong coming out on top so far in this first game. Maybe you can argue, you know, has a bit more to work with in terms of lanes, but really nice pick coming out from WE. We didn't even really get to see how it happened, but it opened up this Rift Herald play on the mid lane.
The big problem right now is that LGD will want to continue to fight at these dragons to continue stacking them, but I don't think you can. You're just such a gold deficit, and this is just Mark straight up being caught out. Flash hook, beautifully hit there by missing. He's having a great game on this Thresh.
Yeah, missing, popping off. I mean, this has been Missing's best champion, right? It's something we've all known. It's actually one of the most banned champions against WE. That's why these drafts were so surprising to not only see prio picks go through in pretty much every role. I feel like all 10 champions are A to S tier champions in LPL on this path, which is crazy, but missing being able to get his hands on the Thresh is something you don't see all too often.
Really
Actually, it's the most banned champion against WE, I'm sorry, the most banned.
And you can see why, how comfortable he is on this pick, and now 20 seconds till this dragon spawns. I don't know if LGD want to go for this, because if you go for this fight and you lose, you just put yourself in such a further hole that I don't even think you can get out of it. You can't keep giving over kills to this Akali and this Silas.
And it's one of those things, right, when we've hit on how both compositions pretty much want to do the same thing. You have angles where you want to be diving onto the backline. You have engage that can come out from your AD carries that... For LGD, you're just going to do a worse job of what the enemy composition does, right? So if they jump in, they should be able to get bursted down almost immediately from the fact that WE do have more items in them. It does look like they're going to back off for now, just try to pick up some gold on the map. Sadly for them, they don't have any jungle camps up. The waves aren't really in a great place where they can safely push out either. Someone can go catch a wave up in topside, but really no avenue for LGD to pick up gold on the map and try to at least equalize the trade in other ways.
Well, we'll see now WE looking to try and take a fight in this bot side. Breathe. Just land the shuriken flip, but doesn't want to go for it just yet. Smite comes out, and that is going to be secured by Shadow, but everyone from LGD, they have to run scared. They cannot take these fights right now, and this is where, like you said, it is just a worse version of WE's comp because WE is so far ahead.
Yeah, WE doing a nice job realizing, hey, you know, LGD backed off, they conceded Drake, they're probably going to start making their way up towards the top half of the map. Just keep numerous members down here to force Garvey off this turret, and you're going to be able to pick up another one for themselves. And since LGD never fully committed to getting vision down in topside earlier, trying to steal away enemy jungle camps or putting pressure on that topside turret, they're actually not going to be able to equalize the trade on the topside turret. They will be able to get some of Beishang's jungle camps, but overall, WE going to be happy with the trade they just made.
Yeah, 3,500 gold lead in favor of WE. They got themselves the dragons, so they might have a stacking Cloud Soul to come in, and that's also a little scary because you think of the ultimates they have, the Ash Arrow, the perfect execution, having that up so often is just going to be so difficult for LGD to deal with. And now, what do you do if you're LGD? How do you come back into this? Because like you mentioned, they want to just run into WE, but they can't just run in without a plan.
I mean, the thing is, LGD got to find a pick on a side, right? LGD need to commit Xie to coming in behind Garvey, pop the Paranoia, and be able to catch either Breathe or Shanks out. Breathe doesn't have Flash, but he's still in the call. He could buy a ton of time with Shroud, has Stopwatch as well, and the E. Like, there's so many different tools for WE to at least buy time if LGD make this side lane pick for WE to be able to win out more on the opposite side. But it really does feel like that side lane play is the only tool that LGD have available to them right now to even try and find something back.
Well, they know the Akali's on this bot side. They are going to pop down the ultimates on top of Beishang, but he's still alive. You can't kill him with Gore Drinker, and there's the Ash Hour right on top of Xie, who's forced to flash away. He goes back in with the Paranoia. They take out the Ash, but the Ash is not the problem. You have still got so much damage. It's Breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4. WE are smashing LGD through the door. It's a triple for Breathe, and this is why you do not give this champion to this man.
And they're just absolutely popping off. At least going to be able to get an inhibitor. I don't think death timers are long enough to where they could look for an end. But really nice mechanical play coming out for Breathe with that one, being able to pick up that kill pretty much pixel perfect. I feel like the only person we've seen make that sort of play look so clean is Rookie. Definitely having one in the top side jungle somewhere, but still, Breathe, standout player, been one of the best top laners all split long, even going back to last year, right? So doing a great job of just smacking LGD. And this is LGD's home arena. That's something we didn't mention. Today's match, not played in Xi'an. We are in Hangzhou, so a little bit worse for LGD in terms of that one. Hopefully, you know, the hometown fans, the cheers, the glory can bring them back if they do end up going down in this game, which, you know, it looks like it, Penguin. It looks pretty doomed if we're being honest.
It does, and this just comes back to our you know, the target selection for the Nocturne. Yes, you kill the Ashe. The Ashe isn't the issue. The Ashe is good and works, but it's not the problem that you're facing right now. The problem is this 4-1 and 4 Silas. The problem is this 5-0-3 Akali. These are the people you need to be taking out. If Elf dies, it's an unfortunate casualty, but it's not a detriment to the battle.
I mean, the problem is, right, if you Nocturne ulti onto either the Sylas or the Akali, they both have Zanyas, and they can both just kill you. So, not great options. Is LGD going to look for an engage on a Breathe? But the Akali is just so slippery and so hard to lock down. This even just cements that point even more, right? LGD at this point don't really have good options on who they're able to target with these engage tools because the members of WE are just so much stronger than them in those key roles. It feels like Elk really is the easiest and only option available unless WE make a misstep or overcommit onto you at this point in time.
Shanks off to the bot side, just seeing if he can get a flank going as they clear out the vision around this Baron pit. And WE can take this at their leisure. They don't care about this third Drake for LGD. They know they're not really stacking it that much. They go straight now onto the Baron. They will know from the side of LGD that this is going on, but I don't think they can contest it. I think they just gotta have to let this one go or fight now. As you can see, WE, they don't even want the Baron. They want the fight. That's the one they want. They go for the hook, doesn't quite land, and there's only Beishong on this objective right now, but Mark steps a little bit too far forward. The paranoia comes in as they look to try and see if they can get somebody going. Elk is being hovered over by Xie as he finally goes in. It's on to missing the worst target you could think of, and now WE can come back in. It's Shadow though with 2 quick kills. You can see Breathe though, 1v3! Breathe is just insane! Triple kill for Breathe on this Akali, and Garvey is running for the hills. He knows he can't take this fight anymore. They're pinging for the base. They're gonna go looking for the TP. You can see him now. He's gonna have the TP back to his own base to make sure they don't lose the game.
Yeah, WE, it actually looked really close. LGD looked like they were almost able to bring that team fight back. It was a bit all over the place. You highlighted Xie going onto missing, but at the same time, he did distract so many members of WE that they were winning out on the opposite side of the fight. We're gonna go straight into the replay, and WE find their way in. I actually want to keep my eyes onto LGD's backline. We see the Callisto ultimate come out to be able to keep Shanks at bay, and he's in a really awkward position while the Nocturne goes in, so it ends up being a bit of a 1-for-1, but this was Bree just cementing himself on the backline. The second E into the queue, just popping multiple members, and then Garvey able to get out scot-free, but the damage has already been done. I mean, we highlighted Breathe and Beishong, Penguin. They haven't even died yet.
Look at the damage they're doing as well. And we can't really take away Shadow. He tried his very best, but there's just nothing you could do. Almost equal damage for the Xin Zhao and the Akali. This top jungle duo for WE is just so damn potent, and WE now can go right back to it. They can go right back to the objective. They have their ultimates back. They're going to have flashes available for Elk as well, so there's just so little you could do. And here comes the ultimate, not quite going to hit, but now Shadow puts himself a little bit in harm's way. He's going to have to go back in with the Moonfall, try and get this fight going back for him. The TP and the paranoia used by Xie to try and see if he can make something happen, but they've stopped him out all right, and now they can jump in back into this fight. Missing takes down Xie. I feel like this fight is already done and dusted. Shadow cannot do anything about it. It's a clean ace to end game 1, and WE wipe the floor with LGD in this first game.
Yeah, that was a complete mid-table mauling Penguin. WE not looking like a mid-table team in this one. Totally taking down and stomping LGD.
Great start to the series, and exactly what WE will be wanting to see as they come into the back half of the split. Good first victory. They still have a job to do, but a great way to start.
They didn't die, Penguin. They didn't die. What do you do? Breathe in Beishong. Just absolutely popping off. And, you know, it goes back to something we hit on during the cast is I really feel like thinking about all the teams in LPL, they are probably the strongest top jungle duo in LPL. They're the duo that plays together most consistently for sure. I feel like WE are the only team that, you know, almost every game, regardless of draft, that it's going to be all about that top set. It's going to be all about that top lane for Beishong, and they execute around it, I'd say, almost every time so flawlessly, right? A lot of WE's problems come in the mid game where, like, they're set up for objectives. Their calls are on objectives of they don't know if they want to turn, burn, or back off something like a Baron or a Dragon have been their big issues. When it comes to their early game, their first 10 minutes and playing around their lanes, Beishong and Breathe have just been immaculate.
Honestly, look at the damage share between that top side, and again, it's just
even
Shanks just looking so damn good. And this is what we saw. We saw a lot of OPs, a lot of S tier or A+ tier picks coming into the meta and being picked in this game, but you're giving Breed the Akali. I feel like that's just such a netty no-no right there. You cannot give this man something that has such backline access, or even more so solo backline access where he can do his own thing.
Yeah, and right, I mean, even thinking about it, we saw him in a matchup where he had to be a bit clever, had to respect the pressure Garvey was putting on. Garvey hiding in that Tribe Rush in level 1. He starts Shroud. He has to respect all the trade and damage that Garvey's able to do. Finds his way back into it from some early skirmishing, and then just completely takes over the game and never gives LGD a chance to get back in. We highlighted the schedule difference coming in for WE and LGD. WE definitely having a harder one. They don't have as many losses, so they do have a bit more of, I'd say, wiggle room compared to other teams that are sitting at 6 wins. But if they can get a clean 2-0, step up over LGD, it feels like WE are going to be almost primed to lock in one of those playoff spots. So for WE fans, it's looking good, and you're not even in your home arena. Let's go.
Looking good, feeling fine. We'll see if WE can make it a 2-0 or if LGD have something left up their sleeves. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, Game 2 picks and bans.
Not in lane. So with this priority, they can try and create skirmishes, they can try and create dives, and I think they're going to do that.
Oh my goodness, this is the party you're looking for. LNG's early proactivity coming alive here. Ale already got one. LP looking to go down. No, he doesn't, and he gets the kill. That's huge. You get a double at least for the top laner. Ale's getting reset. They might look for a third as they're all still down here.
RNG are continuing to play towards that bottom side for Xiaohu. That's how they're splitting it up. Forgetting about the top lane for the time being. Good hook, though.
Great hook, as they're going to go in with the quickness and the grand entrance. It's a lot of damage on Tomeko, and it's...
Has to flash away. Okay, now Knight has been spotted. He's on a control ward. Nobody's just going to move on over. Remember, sole point here for FBX as they get onto Knight. True shot barrage, but Knight jukes back through the jungle. He's buying space, he's buying time for the rest of the top esports. Nuguri, though, on the front line. He's going 1v3, the rest of the squad. Now to jump in as well. Yu Yangzhe low on HP. Jangalov still going strong, but no damage coming out. Carter falls. It's 2 for FBX as they manage to get themselves the Mountain Soul as well. Jing Tian goes down. Tian jumps on top of Jackie Love, and Knight has nothing in the canister. It's FBX to take the fight. Nuguri gets the birthday quadra kill.
Just looking at items of double Liandry's, almost identical items pretty much for Angel and Huanfeng on the Ziggs and Malzahar combination. On the other side, actually Everfrost for Yagao, we're seeing this a lot more from players in the LPL. They're using it as more of a utility setup to try and catch out a prime target. And speaking of catching out a prime target, it's Zoom who gets hit by the Sonic Wave, but they will get themselves the refresh. And oh!
6 you are, doesn't matter.
All right, enough projected. Now Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is, he's behind it, but Angel, he's gonna... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog. He needs to... Oh, he spots it.
Oh, he's going for the distortion. He flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
现在队伍状态有点起伏，关键是心态跟气氛吧，然后会慢慢调整的更好的。下一场对战老干爹，我觉得最重要的点是西野，因为我们会一直考他的。
Gag him all day, every day. That's a fantastic way to put it. Great
They didn't do
interview
that,
there.
Penguin. They didn't
even
do that.
do it. They didn't even have to do it because it was just such an incredible top jungle dip in that top half of the map. And we got to talk about our MVP from game one. It wasn't going to be anybody else. It has to be Breed on that Akali. He was just so good at these skirmishes and just knowing when to go in, out, when to drop the shroud, when to go back in on the shuriken flip. Guy was just perfect.
It was great to see, right? I think there was one skirmish where he ults at the end, gets, you know, a double or triple kill just from that. We saw the time where he got the E2 off into the queue, picks up 2 kills right there. There were so many times where he was just able to find the perfect time and the perfect angles to use his abilities to get the most out of it that he could. So Breathe, exceptional player, someone we know to look out for such a long time. And this is a player where it's like, man, if we don't get to see Breathe on the international stage, that will be so disappointing. Just another player, I'd say, in a long line of top laners over the past 2 years who have really shown that, at least in terms of top lane, it feels like that's really where LPL has stood out relatively to the rest of the world, right? You can look at other regions, you can see like banger mid laners, banger 80 carries, supports, like across the board. But it feels like top laners is the one where LPL has been able to just produce so many absurd ones and Breathe, you know, just the next in that line of absolute monsters in the top lane for LPL.
Yeah, it really does feel like it to say that you're a top 3 top laner in the LPL is a massive feat on itself. That almost puts you a top 3 top laner in the world, but you know, depending on where you're looking. So really does feel like Breathe is on form. It feels like WE have found themselves what works for them, the picks that they can get onto these carries and give them to their teammates to be able to get themselves these wins. And honestly, not to give disrespect to LGD, but that win looked comfortable. It didn't look in any way, shape, or form that there was any doubt that LGD were going to be able to, or any doubt that WE were going to be able to win it.
There was never any pressure put on them, right? They weren't really finding advantages in any lanes. We even saw in times where WE were making plays and LGD were trying to respond. It's like, okay, LGD know they can't take that one dragon, but they didn't start going towards the top half of the map soon enough to where they're able to respond. They're able to get vision down and make a trade for top lane turret. They're left responding to WE's play, but they're not able to do it. And it felt like they were getting pulled across the map, and they didn't really have the answers of when to look for trades, of when to be able to fight, of how to go for these trades effectively and efficiently to be able to get the most out of them. So WE definitely coming in comfortably, but LGD realizing that are going to bring a bit of a change. Garvey, he got to play in their last series. They were able to pick up a win against TT. Sadly, that's not enough. Already going to be subbed out. Fearness coming back in for game 2. And LGD also once again going to be on the blue side. So yeah, LGD seem like they're going to change it up a little bit. Like I said, I feel like from Garvey and Fearness, there is a bit of a champion pool difference. I think we've seen Garvey is much more comfortable at playing the like newer OP picks, right? He plays a lot more of the Gwen. He pulled out the Viego to where we've never seen Fearness play that, to where Fearness was big on the Set, the Renekton, and the Camille. Those were pretty much his 3 go-to picks.
Yep, and it does feel like this Fearness change is a contain the top side pick, you know, a rotation out to say, look, we need to make sure that Breed doesn't just randomly explode again and get around the map and cause absolute chaos. So we'll see if it does have any kind of effect as we kind of move into the picks and bans. And I want to see probably the exact same bans we saw from WE. Give up all the OPs, because the OPs weren't even that good for the side of LGD. Putting the focus down onto Kramer, making sure that he was on picks that he was clearly not comfortable on and couldn't find advantages on, is a very good strategy coming in against LGD.
I'm just saying, I like the edgy Fearness hair fringe. You know, looks like the not exactly the villain, but the anti-hero. There we go. Looks like the anti-hero in, like, you know, a comic or an anime or something like that. The guy you want to root for, that you know is going to be overpowered and is going to win. So maybe that's a good sign for LGD. Again, we're in Hangzhou, so we see all the LGD signs. There's some potential momentum there, Penguin. I'm here with the hope. I'm here delivering the LGD fan hope on baseless things like edgy hair and silly narratives.
I'll go get the copium. Hang on, I think Ender brought it last week to us, so I'll pick that up for you. But honestly, you got to look out of something. You got to be positive into these games because we talk about the threshold for playoffs, and 8 losses is very much the lower limit of what you can do. And you mentioned earlier about yourself and Munchables talking on the last hit about when everyone's getting wins, they mean less, but that also means that losses feel so much more. That means that losses are so heavy on your chances of getting into playoffs that it just becomes an even more difficult mountain to climb. And WE, they were listening to me and they decided to go with the exact same bans. This time around though, LGD gonna ban the Viego and take the Xin Zhao for themselves.
Yeah, they're gonna leave open the Ezreal, which has been Elk's pretty much go-to AD carry pick, but I feel like we've seen Ezreal fall off a little bit with champions like the Aphelios come back into style, with champions like Kalista really step up and Varus still being there, and teams really realizing how much they can get out of Prio in the bottom lane. And you were highlighting, I think the interview that you were referencing earlier about just talking about how important early game prio is came from Kanavi. But hey, WE apparently don't care about that interview at all. They're going to ignore everything I just said, and they say, hey, guess what? Elk has 12 games on this champion. It's his most played by far this split. Him and Jackie Love are pretty much the Ezreal boys right now, and he's going to go back to it.
Again, just feeling comfortable getting him onto something that he didn't have a great game on the Ashe, just to be real. He was able to get a couple of good enchanted arrows out, but not really the impact that Elk we know loves to have. He likes to be aggressive, he likes to push forward for different advantages. We now see the Volibear locked in, as well as the Jace and the Varus. So LGD solidifying that matchup, you would imagine, into the Akali, knowing that they can put the Jace into mid or into top. And they're making sure as well that this Ezreal does not get any free reign in bot side.
No, LGD so far drafting a lot of strong lanes, right? So hopefully we're going to be able to see them do something with that early on. I feel like we've seen Shadow mostly play a lot around the bottom lane. We even saw that in the last game, looking for some of those plays coming through lane, looking for those brush plays and setting up ganks that way. They weren't able to do it, but I wonder if this is going to signal them more switching towards that top side. Jace, despite, I'd say, the stigma around a lot of the world, isn't a champion LPL that we see a lot of teams just pick and put all resources into him and play him to smash lane right. I feel like a lot of teams go with the EDG style of Jace, where it's like, hey, we're going to throw some like Flandre on this pick, and with the Season 11 items and the way Jace interacts with a lot of compositions, we're just going to leave him to his own devices. But after Game 1, I'd love to see LGD actually put resources into making sure that Fearness could do well.
Right now, WE have an option here to either pick support or mid. I wouldn't mind seeing them pick up the Sylas again. Again, you have a lot of different really good ultimates, and you're denying that very strong AP brawler in that mid lane from LGD.
You know, when I see the LeBlanc ban, it would make me think that something like a Sylas is coming out. The thing that would... The thing that would change it, I was going to say, was the Twisted Fate ban. We're going to get an Irelia coming in. You'd expect this to go into the hands of Breathe, right? This is something we saw him play last year. It was something that he actually had highlight plays on. So for the side of WE, it is not 11.14 yet, but we're already going to get to see some Irelia.
I love this pick. We'll see how it all works out once the final picks are locked in here for LGD. They're going to go with the Sylas, of course, knowing that one's still available to them. WE opted into that matchup, so they'll either put the Akali or the Irelia into that particular one, as we now see LGD thinking about what they want to go for. They are going to opt out of the Thresh and into the Nautilus and give the option of a Thresh set or a Braum here for WE. I wouldn't mind seeing the Braum, to be perfectly honest. A lot of the side of LGD just want to run into you.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, things like the Braum, the Alistar, just things to dissuade the amount of engage that wants to come out from the side of LGD. I love that Missing is pretty much hovering every option under the sun that is good at countering engage and countering dive. They are going to go back to that Braum Penguin, so you're going to get to see what you want. And yeah, we have, I'd say, two very brawly compositions coming out once again. I love what WE's put together because, I mean, just getting the flavor in this Irelia. This was something that we got to see during LPL finals, if you remember. We saw teams like RNG and FPX going back and forth, where RNG was saying, hey, we're going to blind and early pick the Jace. Nuguri was the one pulling out the Irelia, and now getting to see Breed do it. So WE, once again, all inning on that top half of the map. Feels like mid's going to be a lot slower pace this time around with both Akali and Sylas just going to be farming up. Akali, once she gets the Oblivion Orb, should be able to find some advantage. And we know bottom lane, just going to be a farm fest when we got Ezreal Braum on one side of the rift. So our eyes, once again, on the top lane.
And this is a fun little composition to see. You look at the last time we saw this Aurelia for Breathe in that top side. It was spring 2021. It was against OMG. And then also looking on the other side as well, the only time we've actually seen a competitive game at the top level for Shanks on the Akali was the Nest tournament in 2020, back on 10.19, and he was able to pick up a win on that one as well. So a lot of very unusual styles being adapted from WE, but if they can make it work, if they can make it stick, this is very, very promising for them coming into the later half of the season.
And the thing I'm most curious with is seeing what build Breathe goes with on this Aurelia, because we've seen so many different things come out from Aurelia in solo queue to where she's able to go with the Gore Drinker. You have a lot of melee champions on the opposite side. You can get the sustain. You can be more of a nuisance in long-term skirmishes. We've seen Aurelia's build Divine Sunder. We've seen Triforce. You know, that's a tried and true from back in the day, Stride Breaker. So we're going to keep our eyes on what Breathe does with this champion. There's a lot of skill expression coming out on both sides. We're really embracing this melee-heavy brawler assassin meta. And now I feel like the ball's in LGD's court. Hey, where are you going to find your advantage? How are you going to get ahead? You've drafted this Jace up in topside, which ended up getting counterpicked. It's going to be a volatile matchup. If Jace dies and falls behind, Breathe will just be able to take over. But looking at the opposite side of the map, you have Kramer and Mark. Kramer on the Varus. You will always have a strong lane to play around, but it feels like then you're opening up WE to have the strong side of the map that they want.
Wait and see how it all goes. A lot of if, buts, and maybes as we come into Game 2. WE with a one-game advantage after absolutely smashing LGD in the first. And LGD now looking for a return and get themselves back into this series. Furnace is going to put himself into this bush. Wasn't warded this time around. You can see the dragon just flying off in the background there. It's actually a really cool little thing if you ever notice. On the top lane, you can see the dragon flying in the background before he lands onto Dragon Pit, which is quite cute, in case you never knew that. Little observer tricks I learned from the LEC.
Yep, you were an observer, Penguin. It's you know, strange. Me coming from LMS, you coming from LEC, and us ending up here in the weirdest, most aggressive, bloodthirsty region, and we already got action, but I got excited too quickly. Penguin, back to you.
This is why I'm the play-by-play and you're the color. This is the difference between the two. I'll get to, you get too excited. You need to know when it's going to be going down. Very difficult, I imagine, for the level 1s of either of these sides to really make anything stick. And both junglers pretty good at an early, kind of getting that early clear. So we'll see now with WE. And actually, level 2s have been hit, but Mark's in a little bit of trouble. He will get the concussive blows down. Level 2 has been hit. There's a nice Winter's Bite, and that's a bad trade for Mark. Missing that dredge line really hurt him.
I mean, I don't know if it would actually turn out too differently. WE's bottom lane hit level 2 immediately after LGD's did, so, I like to make the point that we're probably not going to see too much come out from this, right? Because it is Braum against Nautilus at the end of the day. It feels like a lot of times Braum will be able to come out ahead in trades. Mark can attack him with his passive. Missing an attack with his passive, then Elk should always be in a safe place with his E to just be able to output more damage onto Mark than I feel like Kramer and Mark can put onto Missing. So for LGD, I feel like it's a lot about just getting prio, maybe trying to get some deep vision in the enemy jungle, and then playing out that way. Maybe having Mark impact the map more, right? Because you are an engaged support, you're able to move and make these proactive plays compared to Missing, who it's going to be a lot more dependent about linking up with Beishang.
Well, Beishang is towards this top side. Shanks has found himself a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, to be expected, as top lane do know exactly what's going on. LGD well aware of where the big old bear is, as they walked over a ward in that top side. So, just going to be a Scuttle Crab trade, as we can now see this trade in the bottom mid lane, I should say. Xie going toe-to-toe with Shanks. If that shadow wasn't there, that's going to be a dead L Sylas. So good for the jungler of LGD to get himself into position to cover his mid lane.
Yeah, and Shadow gonna make his way down to at least guarantee himself the bottom side scuttle. This is what you would expect. It is where his priority is, right? We were wondering what Shadow would look to do if he was gonna cover top side. Ended up doing a bit of both. Covered his top lane, makes his way down towards bot, is still gonna be able to play off that prio that Varus and Nautilus are giving him. And so far, we're just having a pretty smooth laning phase coming out once again. You know, people might be looking at this and be like, whoa, Shanks is in trouble. What's Shanks doing? But let's remember, Shia's TP was already forced out. Shanks still has his, so going to be looking for that first recall, buy some items, and be able to get back to this lane. No problem. And there's that Oblivion Orb that we hit on, because this was a matchup back in the day where people really favored the Sylas, but I feel like with just small tweaks to Akali, and then especially changes to itemization, like things like Zanya's being made cheaper, things like Oblivion Orb especially being made 800 gold, you've seen a lot of Sylas matchups flip to where it is playable, if not even winning for the other side, for things like Akali, LeBlanc, and other champions coming out.
It did feel like it was and now in line, the Oblivion Orb specifically, now in line with a lot of other Grievous Wounds or early Grievous Wounds items. Of course, you got the Bramble Vest and the Executioner's Calling, so a lot of that was the issue, I suppose, with mages being able to not really kind of take up any anti-heal that cheaply. So nice to see it come in, and like you said, does give a much more favorable matchup now to the Akali into the Sylas, as we can see. Just them skirmishing now, and I actually quite like the pathing you see now with Beishong. Yes, he's being spotted out on wards, but he's always looking around to see, can I make something work? Can I find an opportunity to blow open this game? And really might be able to see if he can get it. There's going to be the Vanguard's Edge put out straight away. The Flawless Duet is not available. They are going to have to back themselves away. Shadow here and Beishong, both junglers, just pulling away their children off the playground and saying, hey, no fighting. Back to playing.
Oh. Fearness trying to find the damage, but Breathe so far doing a nice job. I mean, we know with the damage, especially coming out from his passive, having that stun on his Flawless Duet, as Beishong gets engaged on. I don't think they have any way following up with how far and I'd say even low on resources that Fearness is. Shanks even going to be able to hover over right now, and Fearness just going to fall further behind. WE going to zone him off the wave. Doesn't matter if they kill him or not. If he falls 20, 30 assists behind, it's going to be a level advantage, more base stats, more items on to Breathe, and that kill pressure will be there eventually.
They have no wards either, so they can't really figure out where everyone is. Beishong's still level 5, so does not have the Stormbringer, but with the addition of Xie to this top side, they are going to be able to get Fearness back into this lane, but this is exactly what WE do. They just put resources into Breathe and Beishong, and Shanks is just such a good facilitator for that. He doesn't really care about his mid lane. He doesn't care about getting advantages. He knows that his win condition, if he wants to win as a team, is to just push forward and get himself to priority in the top side.
And I even feel like WE's comp does better the later the game goes. You have this Braum, which counters a lot of what LGD want to do. You're going to be able to, again, tag your passive, dissuade members with your ultimate, like Mark, like Shadow, make it hard for Xie to get on top of Elk, who's on the Ezreal, so it's already hard for him. We have two champions that scale incredibly well in the Akali and the Irelia. They're going to have a really good time at controlling sides later on to be able to find these flanking opportunities and these windows to get onto an immobile champion like Varus. So the fact that WE are already doing a great job of controlling the early laning phase, and they can rely on that scaling is, Engage comes out.
Missing, he flashes away, but he's not going to be able to get away quick enough. That's going to be Shadow with first blood in that bot side. Nicely done there by LGD.
Yeah, nice flash coming out from Shadow to follow up and guarantee that kill. They even got the heal coming out from Elk. And see, Penguin, this is why I get excited early on, because sometimes things like that happen where it happens extremely fast and Missing is dead before we even know it. And Shadow going to pivot back towards that bottom lane, Penguin. It's what we expected, right? He tried to cover for Fearness. He wanted to match W in what they were doing, but at the end of the day, has to play through where he has prio and kill pressure.
Well, the kill pressure is going to be coming in for WE on this top side, or mid lane. This has actually got to give good props to Shanks. Has had a very good start to this game. Missing and Mark going to find each other. The hook does land as Mark has got some concussive blows onto him, but with the stand behind me, gets in front of Beishong. But the Rift Ult has been started. Beishong is level 6 and has his ult available to him. I do not know if LGD want to fight this right now, as they don't really have prio in top or mid.
And the big problem is, right, we've seen LGD expend so much. No ult on Shadow, no ult on Xie, no ult on Kramer. Shadow doesn't have flash. Like, there's so many tools that aren't available to you where WE have pretty much everything. Sure, missing is down some summoners, but you have everything else available to you. They have the pryos that you were talking about in the solo lanes. So for LGD, you want to see them start making their way onto the map and trying to find some of that pressure. That's what Shadow's doing right now. Typically we see, right, is if one team can walk the river and get straight on the objective, the other team will typically walk to a lane, try and find a kill that way, and get pressure to walk into river from that side. Shadow didn't do that to contest the objective, but hoping to find a play now, but he's on a ward. It is not going to happen.
Knows
Penguin.
it now. Knows it now. Felt that there was a little bit too cautious here from Breed, who is 30 CS ahead, or just about that. He is really opening up this gap down on this top side, rushing towards that Blade of the Ruined King. Pretty damn standard as an Aurelia, but see what kind of full item mythic he goes for once he's able to finish off that pick.
Yeah, it does look like he's potentially just going to go towards the Blade of the Ruined King first, something that, you know, is very typical ever since it got that buff for melee champions. So Breathe right now looks like he's starting to build up this wave. Fearness already 30 CS behind. This matchup isn't going to get any easier, and LGD know that. So they're bringing Shadow and Mark up. They do have some control wards down. We're going to see if they are going to be able to find a play available to them, because Beishang is nowhere near.
Nowhere near, but there's a good flawless duet, but they have enough CC to lock him down. Shutdown goes over to Mark. Probably not the person you really wanted to get it, but a kill is a kill is a kill.
And the thing is, you relieve some pressure off of Fearness, right? He's able to push out this wave. He's not getting zoned off. Is not in fear for his own life right now. Maybe even potentially going to be able to get a turret plate. Breathe will have teleport up, so I think Fearness will have to be a bit careful. But we're seeing the consequences for LGD's actions, right? You have to allocate resources towards the top side because your top laner is falling so far behind. Now you're going to lose out on the bottom lane. Kramer getting zoned off, and Elk also getting some turret plating for himself. So Elk definitely having a lot different of an experience than he had in game one.
And I love this from WE. It's the you know, your turn, my turn philosophy, if you will, that we have seen from so many different top teams, of that if you give up one thing, yes, it sucks that you lost a kill from, or you gave up a kill onto your top laner, but you're making an equal and opposite reaction, if not stronger reaction, on the other side of the map, using your numbers advantage. They get plates, they get the dragon, they honestly get a lot more than LGD, and I feel like, yes, you have to give up a lot of you have to give something to Fearness so he can have some kind of advantage or some kind of foothold in this game, but it doesn't really change the state of it for him against Breed.
And right, it's just the way that tempo and League works. It's one of the reasons why you'll hear people typically talk about windows, because when I make a play, right, I'm gonna be looking for resets after that play. It's gonna give the enemy team a window to look for plays. They're gonna have tempo. They're gonna have their own ability to trade on the opposite side of the map. And WE so far being a good team at doing it. That's what we saw LGD struggle at doing in game one. There were other problems, but we highlighted one of the situations where they weren't, as Breathe does get engaged on.
Oh, the flash forward from the wind into lightning, but the Vanguard's Edge jump back straight on top of this. They're going to jump onto the Jace and kill him dead. Nothing he can do, and now Shadow trying to see if he can be a jumpy boy, but the jumpy boys are all on top of you, Shadow. They will donate that to the Shanks Akali Fund, and that is WE with a fantastic reaction to Xiaohu, or excuse me, to Xin Zhao in the top side.
Yeah, WE doing a nice job, and once again, LGD not in a position to answer anywhere else. Their bottom lane looked like they were coming off of a reset, and they're actually also going to lose bot lane tower to Elk and missing. So Xie not able to move down. Xie doesn't have any mana for himself either. And for WE, it's only about a 2k gold lead, just slightly under. But WE been the team in full control of the map the whole time, and now for WS, I feel like you're still just pushing this in. You should be able to guarantee this as Elk and missing right now. And then we're going to start getting to the points where lane allocations are going to change. The 1-3-1s are going to start being able to come out. Elk and missing are going to be able to move into that mid lane. And that's what these are going to be extremely difficult for the side of LGD.
They're already pretty damn difficult, if I do say so myself. As you can see now, there's the auto attacks coming in. They're going to be able to take out the finality of that turret. Elk does have to tank up quite a bit. Maybe thought he had a little bit more, but of course, more plates that go down, the more armor it gets for the last few of them. So WE taking that bot side turret, getting full plate gold off of that, and they've got 3 plates in top side. I think they've got 1 or 2 plates in mid as well. But let's have a look at the replay here as Beishang just bides his time and now knows there's no escape for Shadow or Fearness.
Yeah, Shadow trying to flash into the WE, isn't able to do it. Breathe flashing away from it. And then at this point, it's a 2v1, right? The ult came out from Shadow, but roam up from Shanks to secure that kill. And for WE, still just playing around that top side synergy. And I feel like this is one of the areas where we've seen Shanks work out a lot better than Mole, which is going to be kind of strange to say, is the fact that Shanks, I feel like, is a lot more tempered and doesn't roam as much as we saw Mole doing in the early weeks, and it not working out for WE, of them actually over-aggressing and typically over-committing to plays and giving up too much, to where Shanks typically a lot more set in just sitting in mid, farming up, and then finding these more opportune times to link up with someone like Beishang or breathe this up. Yeah, Beishang securing that blue buff for himself. Man, LGD just can't catch a break.
No, miss smite there from Shadow means that the blue buff goes down to about 10 HP and then it dies straight off it from the smite of Beishang. And now WE, you can see with the pressure they have in that bot side, they can just chuck down the Aurelia, Whiplay of the Ruin King in hand, TP in back pocket, and know that they are going to be totally safe. And if anyone tries to go down like this to try and, you know, deal with it, to try and put down a numbers advantage for LGD, WE will strike with the Rift Herald, get multiple towers in multiple lanes.
The problem is, it doesn't matter, right? Because since you can't commit to that top side, I feel like you need to try and get set up bot lane, which is what LG are doing.
Oh, they're going to jump in. There's a CC lock. Does not have flash. Will try and trade himself out of this, but with the ignite from Mark, very difficult to sustain out of that one there, as we now see the Rift Herald being spawned up into this top side. Should not use its charge, or actually they are going to use it straight away just to get the push going. Beishang now back onto the minion wave, and they're going to look for 2 turrets off this trade. So again, WE, yes, they lose Breathe in the bot side to that gank, but they now know they have numbers advantages, and they get 2 towers off of it.
Yeah, for LGD though, I really don't think there was a better choice available. They could have tried to hover topside, but WE can still force. They would still get 1 turret for nothing. So at the end of the day, you're either going to lose 2 turrets for 1 in my mind, or 1 for 0. So WE were always going to come out in a 1 turret surplus. I feel like the hard thing for LGD again is that I don't necessarily think it gets easier for them as the game goes on. If they were able to find an early advantage, then I feel like their mid to late game is a lot more manageable, because they are able to play off range advantage from both Varus and Jace, so they get on objective first, they can try and poke off. They do a better job at controlling mid wave and making it harder for WE's composition to walk into a lot of small spaces or where they don't have vision. But LGD not going to be able to do that this time around, not going to have those advantages that really come with having that extra range over WE, and WE just going to do such a great job of controlling side lanes in these elongated lanes with Aurelia and Akali.
And you got the Ezreal Braum in the mid lane, the Akali up to the top side. No TP just yet onto Shanks. Good vision control here from LGD, but it looks like they're trying to bait something and haven't started the dragon just yet. And while they're waiting for someone to walk into their trap, it will just be a slow ticker till Shanks has his TP. He should have it in the next 10 seconds, and now LGD will start up the Drake, and I don't think WE really care, to be perfectly honest. I don't think they care about this objective right now, because they know that they're just not really in a position to contest it.
And they also know that LGD's really only shot back into the game right now is through 5v5. So it is where LGD's composition is actually pretty respectable. They have a front line coming in, and Nautilus, even Xin really does fulfill that area, to where for WE, they know they're the ones that have pressure in side lanes. They know Irelia especially, right? You'd rather be in the 1v1. You'd rather be in a small skirmish like a 2v2 rather than a full-on 5v5. They gave themselves the buffer by picking up the first Drake, so they're going to go back to that same trade you were hitting on in game 1 of, hey, LGD, you can have power for later on. WE are going to be picking up immediate power and winning out in the gold trade.
Now the target for WE is going to be that mid lane tier 1. They've yet to crack that one open, and if they are able to get it, that would open the map so much more significantly for WE to make aggressive plays into the LGD jungle. As you can see, a lot of forward vision here on the bot side of the river for Team LGD, and WE keep pushing in now, and this is where it gets a little scary. Where's the Akali? They now know exactly where she is. She's off to the side, now they don't know. In, out, moving back in and forward, trying to just keep putting down this poke damage onto this tier 1.
But now for WE, just rinse and repeat, right? Send Akali and Aurelia back to sides, push those out, send Beishang into the top side jungle once Shanks is able to get that push off. And then once you push the lanes out far enough, rotate back towards mid, start to siege up once again until you eventually take that turret. So for WE, it is going to be rinse and repeat. For LGD, they're going to be the ones who I feel like are more threatened to find a way to answer what WE are doing. Where can they find the pick? How can they force the fight? Those are all the questions that LGD need to answer. Yeah, nice play coming out from Fearless. Hey, we saw it happen on top side with Beishang. Now Fearless getting an answer for himself with a bit of a buff steal. Though I guess you're stealing away your team's own buff, so
you're stopping the steal. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're just denying it. As we see, Elk went off and picked himself up a blue buff, so he's going to be able to stay sustained forever with his mana bar as he starts stacking up that tier towards that 360 mark. And this is where the game stays a little bit of a drop in play. Neither side really wants to take a full 5v5, especially not on their own terms, and we'll probably just wait until about another 3 minutes time when that dragon spawns.
I mean, that's what LGD are going to be waiting for. For WE, I don't even think you necessarily need to contest it, even at that point. If WE can keep up having good vision on the bottom side of the map, and you can set up for a flank angle coming in for someone like Shanks, I think that's when you opt into it. But if LGD are just going to keep playing far back in their long lanes, waiting to group up as 5 through mid, then that's when Mark is a Nautilus. So once again, I am getting too excited, Penguin, but point is, WE have all the cards, WE have all the options. They're just going to keep trying to play through sides. Looks like they just want to try and force down this mid lane turret. Is Mark.
Ooh, if that blast code wasn't there, that could have been a little bit more dodgy.
Edge.
He is living on the edge, but living on the edge of mid lane does mean that you're not able to defend it, and that's tier 1 going down in favor of WE. They have themselves a 2,000 gold lead, or just above it at the moment, 21 minutes into the game, and now exactly what you said, they can go back to the side lanes. Akali and Aurelia, they just separate, and this 3-man squad in the mid lane of Beishang, Elk and Missing are totally safe. Very difficult to get on top of these champions on their own right, but when you combine them together, it might even be detrimental if you try to go for it too hard.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the silver lining for LGD is that they clearly understand that this is what WE are going to do. They've been respecting it. They haven't been overextending in side lanes. They haven't been giving those windows. They have been waiting to show on the map when they are grouped up as a unit. So WE are going to have to fight them at some point. Still, WE's composition, no slouches in fights whatsoever, especially when we have item advantages coming out, right? Beishang already having that Sonya's Hourglass being an item up over Shadow. I think we had Shanks about half an item up over Xie as well. We know Breathe incredibly strong, so whole top side of the map having some advantages coming out that they can rely on in fights. For W, they also have great vision control. You look at the minimap right now, really good ward line going straight down the center, being just slightly into LGD's bot side jungle with Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. So for Breathe, I would have liked if Breathe can push out one more wave bot side before Dragon, still have that point of pressure in bot to where they can enter from, and then have 2 ways that they can enter into River depending on where LGD come from to try and give that angle for Breathe to be able to have a really nice flank in the fight.
Yeah, important to note, there is still summoners pretty much across the board. Everyone has everything available to them. You're as strong as you can be right now, and this could be a pivotal fight for the side of LGD. You win it, you get yourself back into the game, you can give yourself an opportunity and a chance to win this one and send us to game 3. If WE win it, you fall further and further down that ditch and really don't give yourself any way of coming back into it, or at least very little ways of coming back, as the rest of WE scale nicely into the late game. But it looks like LGD, they don't even want to fight it. They just don't feel comfortable with the vision control that WE have and the vision control that LGD lack.
That's the big thing, right? We look at which lanes are being pressured. We did see Breathe ending up opting into pushing in that bot lane, so no way for LG to get into terrain from there. They have vision in the enemy jungle. They have push in mid. LG just having no way to enter that space, and W doing a good job once again of just pivot off their pressure in mid, get vision in the bottom side jungle, get a little bit of siege down, and then just default back to what you were doing. We see Shanks heading up back towards that top side. Probably a bunch of standing gold in the members' pockets, going to be able to pick up more items. And then, once again, we're going to be looking at LGD of where they can find a pick. They haven't wanted to look towards sides for reasons like you've said. I feel like going for Shanks would be a bit of a bait. We saw how much time Akali's able to buy in the last game. This time around, Shanks, does have flash on like Breathe in game 1. So looking towards Breathe might be your only option, but missing. Why are you solo?
He was spotted, and they're going to be able to know exactly where he is. I have no idea why he's still there, but missing. Dudes end up falling. We'll have a look at the replay, maybe. I think he thought he was not seen, and then tried to flash into the bush to make sure he could get the recall off, but very
why is he
unsure.
There?
I don't know. I don't know. Wanted to make the game a little fairer?
I was going to say, right, like what we're talking about Irelia, we're talking about Akali, we're focused on these prime carries, and then, you know, we panned to Braum bot side, maybe not sure if he was going for a recall earlier and it got cancelled?
Oh, they spotted him out. They knew where he was, and then he got spotted on the minions, so they knew exactly where to go. They knew exactly how to find him. And he tries to sneak himself into this ward. Yep, they do know, though, that if you're not at the back of this, you're probably in that bush. And they just caught him out straight up, was just recalling in a very greedy position.
We still didn't get to see what he was doing before that, but I assume he was just recalling, right? You really have no reason why you should be getting vision in bottom side jungle right after you made a play in bottom side. No dragons up, Baron's up, so gotta assume he was just recalling. Got a bit unlucky with that scrying ward coming out from one of the members of LGD, and now LGD going to go back towards just trying to play around Xie on the sides. We hit on how playing around, looking for picks on Shanks isn't really ideal, but Beishang has been hovering around Breathe pretty much consistently, so for LGD, if they want to find a pick onto the Irelia, they're going to have to overload that side of the map and open up another pressure point for WE to punish, which we've seen WE doing a great job that when LGD are on one side of the map, they're always ready to make the trade play on the opposite side. So for LGD, I don't really think you have another answer. I feel like at some point you just need to commit to trying to find a pick on this Irelia, give yourself some breathing room, and then hopefully get some vision down for, you know, if a dragon's up, Dragon, look to make that play, try to force out the 5v5, because I don't see any other way that LGD are able to open up the map.
And the big thing to notice is that despite LGD having 4 kills to 2, really are doing well to find out some of these little picks. Because Shanks and Breathe are forcing multiple members to come to their lane to just catch a wave, you can see in the CS differences. It's 25 in top lane, it's 25 in jungle, it's 25 in mid lane, it's about 25 in ADC as well. So these little numbers, that's 100 CS that you are ahead of your opponents right across the board. And that means that you're just falling further behind in XP, in gold, and just straight up resources. So it's really just pulling LGD thin. And yes, they're finding 1 or 2 small moments where WE are overextended or missing, just randomly getting caught, but it doesn't really make a difference.
No, it doesn't. And yeah, you're right. WE as a collective, flame horizoning. LGD is Penguin just
the collective flame horizon.
The collective flame horizon. Those quick mats coming out from Penguin, but for WE, it's been a really controlled game, and it seems like they're just going to do it once again, right? Wait the 50 seconds for Dragon to come up. Resets are going to be coming out right now in preparation for that. Looks like LGD think a potential Baron could be going on. You see a bunch of question mark pings coming out over the Baron, but WE aren't that bold. WE aren't doing that. They don't actually have the fastest Baron to look for a play like that, even if LGD think maybe it's possible, but maybe just assuming that they are on the top quadrant of River. As LGD going to ignore mid-prio, knowing they can't contest over that, walking straight into River to get their vision down.
Ooh, we're going to see a little bit of an engage there. It's just both supports going at each other. Mark gets locked up, though, forced to flash away already in this fight. You can see Dragon now spawning for another 10 seconds. Two shots broad goes well wide, and now Mark's in a little bit of trouble. He has no flash and no way out, but they have to respect that there is a lot of LGD members either from the back of the pit or to the front of it. There's a hook down, but Mark gets deleted. The stolen Vanguard's Edge is not really used to engage, and now WE in a 4v5. Their health bars aren't looking exceptional right now, but they've got a lot of ultimates to work with. Now, Dragon down to 3,000 HP. You can see their Shadow just hovering around, seeing if he can get on top of it, but he cannot. He goes in, pops the ultimate to try and keep himself alive. There's the Bramo on the back end of the fight to just disengage and make sure that Xin Zhao falls. Xie comes out of gold to just go back to bronze, and now we can see everyone else dying in LGD. They are just going to be falling one by one by one, and WE get themselves soul point, a clean ace, and setting straight to Baron.
And it's an absolute murder, Penguin. I love the way WE played off that at the beginning, though, right? The way they played around Mark, they didn't fall for the bait. They said, hey, they're going to have to come into us at some point. They wait for it. They find the opening pick. And WE is looking clean. Honestly, might be the cleanest series we've seen from WE in quite a while. And this is definitely going to be a Baron for them. Breathe also going to get himself a mid-turret. Oh, is this...
Oh, no, he's not. No! What a play by Mark. Mark just, he straight up CC locked him, put down the Ignite, and basically said, you don't leave. That's how this one works. Sad little moment there. It will still fall, but great move there by Mark to bring himself back. But let's have a look at how this fight goes.
Mark gets himself a Maestro award as yeah, we're gonna come into this after Mark is already dead after that total Chad play. We're gonna see that Shadow has to go for the steal. WE played this so patiently, right? WE do have tools to where maybe they can send a calling in first or try and simplify that way, but they know we have the Braum, we have the Ezreal, we want them to come into us. They pull the objective, they make them come out, and they just set up a superior angle for them to be able to find the fight. But you know, what's the real victory, Penguin? The gold lead, the Dragons, the Baron, or being a Nautilus who solo killed a 15% HP Irelia?
I know. Honestly, I take that. If you're Mark, you take them. You take those small little W's. And WE coming out of this are Baron buffed up. They've got 3 minutes till the Infernal Soul. They have a 8,000 gold lead or just a little bit underneath it. And it's just... I gotta point out, Beishang has yet to die in this series. He's 0-0-5 on this Volibear. He has a Zhonya's. I don't think he's going to die once throughout the 2 games if WE can take the win.
Yeah, that's, you know, a great performance from WE. I think both games, they showed how their compositions want to interact. We saw like the stylistic flair coming from WE in terms of like playing around top side no matter what. We saw their bot lane be very stable. And what I would say is one of the fairly easier LPL bottom lane matchups, so good for them. Not giving any 2v2 kills over, which we've seen them do consistently. Shanks, stable game as well, surprising us being able to pull out the Akali, but I still feel like the biggest and saddest story is just, you know, new day, same me for LGD. Still really only relying on if Shadow can't just solely take over the game, you just don't have any firepower on the side of LGD. We see they're not the smartest teams in terms of looking for trades, and Shanks.
Oh, goes golden, so still fine, has a perfect execution, but there is a stolen perfect execution from Shi'Aze. He goes back in with the Abstondum Duck. They're going to try to jump back in on top of him with Shanks and Breed taking this one, but the good accelerated shock blast right on top of him, but no! Well. Breed takes him back at a 1v1, and that's going to be enough to make sure that WE have got themselves a decent fight. We can see the Braum now jumping in. They've got themselves the stacks of the concussive blows as they go, everyone going golden. There's going to be the Volibear jumping on the backside of this fight. Mark and Kramer, not really long left in this world. Shi'Aze comes back in with the teleport, but he is on the wrong side of this fight. Shadow now left in no man's land in his own base as he tries to jump back in. Breathe does end up getting jumped on, but gets 100% deleted. Unbelievable moves here from WE, and they're going to be able to solidify the 2-0. LGD never stood a chance.
No, WE showing up in this series. Beishang, great performance, and you know, WE's top side, I feel like really having a phenomenal day between them all. And as a WE fan, when we highlighted the schedule, when we highlighted where they're at in the standings, how many teams they're tied with, this was the sort of win you needed.
Really, really was. Fantastic game from Beishang in particular. Fantastic series. 0 deaths across 2 games. His KDA is going to go through the absolute roof after these 2 games. But LGD, they were uninspiring. They didn't really have an answer that was adequate enough to deal with what WE were putting out in front of them, to what WE were pushing into this game and this series. And for LGD, this is a really big loss to take because they've only got about a handful of games left to play in this season, and they're already at 6 and 7. This is very, very dire for them.
Yeah, LGD actually only have 3 series left, which is not only sad for LGD, but also just incredibly crazy how far we've gotten in LPL. So they don't have too much wiggle room. they're still going to be sitting at 11th because they have a win over RNG in terms of, you know, RNG haven't played another series yet to where they can pick up a win. So sitting at 6 compared to RNG are only at 5, but you're sitting at 6 and 7 compared to RNG who are at 5 and 5. OMG's above you at 6 and 5. BLG, there's so many teams you're competing with now that it feels rough, right? And we've already hit on it numerous times that once you get to 8 losses is when it really looks pretty doomed, pretty rough. It's not impossible, doesn't mean you're out, but that's typically when it's like, okay, if you then get to 9, it usually is. So for LGD, I mean, you need to change something, but I really don't know what you change. It feels like you just don't have the firing power in terms of your lanes. You don't really have any lanes that you're able to play through. There are other issues, right? We've hit on their mid-game issues all throughout the series in terms of when they aren't able to contest, they don't really trade on the opposite side of the map so well, or they don't know when they should be looking towards the opposite side or setting up for that. And they're never in position to be able to get control or get prio because they don't win early games to be able to play through their team fighting. Because it feels like that's the other area where LGD have really shown that they're able to take wins is like, hey, Shadow's shown us in the past, he's an absolute monster in team fights. I feel like that's GA's best area of like finding flanks, being able to get in team fights, make a big highlight move to show that you are still a top level mid laner in LPL. But when you aren't able to get the advantage or set up in the early games, how are you ever going to get into a position where you can look for those fights? You're just not.
That's the big thing. I think the thing that I notice so much about LGD is that there's no spark, there's no ignition to set it all off. It feels like when they're ahead and they're able to find it in a, you know, as I like to call it, if you're, you know, using the ignition setup of a car, like if you're going downhill, yeah, it's fine. You're gonna have the momentum of downhill, it's no problem whatsoever. But you're trying to get something uphill, it just feels like they haven't got much to stand on. It doesn't feel like bot lane they've got many answers, or even in top lane, it feels like they're swapping between Garvey and Fearness. And don't get me wrong, Fearness had a decent game, as you can see there, did the most damage of the game, but it doesn't make a difference if you're still, you know, if you're making all that damage go down but not picking up anything off the back of it. So for LGD, it really starts to get tough from this point on. They have to pretty much win all 3 of their games if they want to have a chance of coming into playoffs at the top 10 at the end of the split. But for WE, it really has been a nice turnaround from the start of the split. They feel like they're finding their form. Shanks is working out well, and Beishang, our MVP from Game 2, is just really coming back into what we saw and what we expect from him in 2020.
Yeah, Beishang, great series overall. WE, I'm still going to approach with a bit of skepticism, just because I feel like we see, right, 1 week you have a really shaky win over Ultra Prime, you had like a really close, again, somewhat shaky win over LGD. You got smashed by JDG, but now you have a really comfortable win over LGD. Like this was a smacking. So for WE, I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, they look like a team that is going to get in the playoffs, right? But the question is, like, how far can they go? This is definitely the most comfortable they've looked in a match and with Shanks, but at the same time, there wasn't much of a fight put up. They do have to play against EDG next. So maybe we get to see how comfortable and how strong this roster really is right now before having, you know, a bit of an easier schedule against Rogue Warriors and IG, and then ending hard on RNG and Top Esports. So for WE, it's going to be a bit of a turbulent one for them. Also, Penguin, very strange that we finish so early. We actually might have a really long break before the next series.
There's a lot of time. We're
at 2 different stadiums, Hangzhou, and then we're moving to Shanghai next. So, yeah.
The power of the internet to be able to transport us and you to the other cities of China to be able to watch all of the LPL. But for the moment, that is going to be us sending it to a break. And when we return, you got loads of time. Go to the bathroom, get yourself a drink, some snacks, get yourself ready. We will be bringing you BLG versus JDG in Shanghai.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope? then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Inna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
字幕选手是一位很老道的上台选手嘛，就比较很稳健，打团又厉害，我觉得就可能就跟他发育比较好一点吧，我觉得，然后打团吧。夏季赛就到现在为止嘛，我就打的比赛都可能有点上头，我比较，就后面可能有优势什么都打得比较稳健一点，比较好一点，我觉得。
Good little insight there into the BLG mindset. Just need to keep Zoom on a leash and go for the plays in the team fights. I am Penguin, he is still Lyric, and after our slightly extended break, we have taken those 15 minutes to transport ourselves from Hangzhou all the way to Shanghai. And we're going to be looking at BLG versus JDG as our second series of the day. And for JDG, what goes forward but never back, Lyric? Because that's the question, I suppose, we got to ask ourselves when looking at this team.
Yep, JDG themselves are a riddle, and you know, chat fans, if you don't know the answer, it's right there on our screen. The answer is JDG. JDG really only know how to go forward. They don't back off. They are a team that, in recent series, have contested everything, and we saw against Suning that is what led to their downfall. Especially in Game 1, we did not see the best performance coming out from Zoom, but it goes to this point that I feel like for JDG, they are skirmish heavy. They love to fight. They pretty much opt into every dragon fight. You don't see too many trades come out on the map from them, and they're always going to look for the angles to come in. I think, you know, sure, Suning had a great game plan against them. I love Suning's draft in Game 2 specifically with that Malzahar coming out, some good level 1s, but we've seen even in the series against IG that they won that they are a very, I'd say, exploitable and readable team that you know they're going to overcommit for these kills and give these windows over. So when you look at JDG, right, for me, JDG need to either have a neutral or winning bottom lane that unlocks Lumao so we can start roaming with Kanavi early on so they can start finding these advantages, or they need to go on a winning matchup in one of his comfort picks to do the same. To me, that kind of feels like your formula for success is like, okay, neutral matchup for bot, and then try and get Yagao on one of his comfort champions, and hopefully the enemy doesn't have a creative counter pick like the Malzahar coming out to punish him. And then you start getting those early skirmishes to get the gold lead to where you are allowed to keep going forward and never back off.
Well, you know, for JDG as well, Kanavi has been such an early impact for them, and seeing him versus Suning, he just didn't get going, and I feel like, yes, he could be Fringe, Shaco's, Kha'Zix's, and all that stuff, but I feel like if you're getting exploited on that stuff, you need to bring it back to your bread and butter, get yourself on your foundation and build from there. And we have another riddle coming into this one now as we look towards BLG, and what comes down but never goes up. And BLG, they are an interesting conundrum when it comes in. One day they could look like they could beat anybody, i.e. FPX. The other days they're literally losing to anybody. They're like the slightly better version of IG.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like people can look at this riddle and people think, wow, why are they flaming BLG? But the answer is actually not BLG for this riddle. The answer is a team that plays against BLG. Because you know against BLG, you just go bot. You ignore BuBu. I don't think BuBu really has the onus to find advantages on his own. We saw him say he plays too aggressively a lot of times and gives away his own advantages. But for BLG's bot lane, it's kind of a double victory for the enemy team in that PBGod, I feel like, has been the one player that ever since 2020 summer on Victory 5 has just never looked the same. I feel like he struggled all throughout 2021, made a lot of issues, constantly getting picked off on the map, hasn't found that same impact in laning phase, and then aiming is their primary carry. You need aiming to be the one to step up later on, has 30% share of BLG's damage, and you're not only shutting down the carry, but you're exploiting a weakness. So for JDG today, it feels like finding a way to have Zika and Weiwei make their way down towards the bottom lane and make sure Amy can step up and be a carry is going to be what BLG need to do today.
And that feels like a pretty tall task in, say, a veteran squad like JDG. But even just looking away from that, the two players that we're going to be looking at with a microscope are going to be the mid laners. Yagao versus Zika. These guys can be pivotal if they can get the wheels in motion.
That's the thing, is I feel like both of these guys have had some pretty standout moments so far this split. You've already highlighted that probably the biggest number for JDG has been Kanavi, but I would argue that Yagao has been the second one to have standout moments. Sure, you know, in that Suning game too, he got roughed up, but you're playing LeBlanc against Camille Malzahar. It really feels almost impossible to do. Just really nice planning coming out from Suning. But so far this split, he's been someone that has found solo kills, has really been someone to impact the jungle matchup. That's why we were highlighting him. He needs to be able to unlock himself from lane to support Kanavi, where for Zika, this has been his meta. He's been, you know, such a great LeBlanc player. His Silas has been standout. And then for him, I would like to see him link up with way more, but he's also been a player that I feel like it's less about laning phase, it's more about getting unlocked streamer lane, moving down towards bottom side, and then helping out aiming. So for JDG, use your mid laner to facilitate jungle. For BLG, use mid laner to facilitate bottom lane. A little bit of the same, but a little bit of different strategies coming out as well.
You know, what goes up, what goes down but never up, and that's exactly what BLG will be wanting to do coming into this series. And for JDG, they're showing a lot of inconsistency, which is not something we generally associate with JDG. Like, we look at some of the more recent series and they kind of got absolutely clapped there by Suning, but then they took down, you know, before that they were able to take down WE, RA, and it just feels like there's just moments of brilliance from JDG before they just have to have a moment of just, you know, what the hell happened.
You know, JDG to me are so weird, not only for things like that, where the inconsistency, but like, you look at their champion pools, Loken has played 5 champions this split, which is pretty insane to think about, right? If you look at JDG's match history, it's they go on the whole Jhin thing, where it's like, okay, Jhin every series in a row, and then they discover Varus, so like, okay, Varus every series in a row, and then lately it's been Aphelios Thresh. I think they played Aphelios Thresh 5 out of their last 6 games, so it feels like JDG's bottom lane is really what they're trying to build around, to where their solo lanes, Yagao's played 14 different champions, Zoom 13, so those guys absolute champion oceans right now. But that also maybe goes to the consistency thing that you're talking about, where you are spreading yourself so thin, playing so many different kinds of champions and different styles, that you aren't able to always all in on those factors that we hit on earlier of like, okay, at least a neutral matchup for your bottom lane, something where Lumao is able to roam and link up with Kanavi, and you're able to start finding those picks. Because for me, JDG are at their best when they're invading the enemy jungle, setting up deep vision and trying to bait the enemy into fighting them, or using vision to find picks, and then setting up objectives with those advantages. So to me, JDG are a bit of an enigma in terms of how they're playing the game right now with their champions, but they still do have a clear formula in how to win the game.
They very much do, and something that has become a staple ban against the side of JDG has been the Shaco. The Shaco has been something that people, once it came out against WE, have not let out since. And honestly, it really does lend itself to what you just mentioned there about playing and making picks around vision. Having a jump / invisibility on a champion that can be used in such great effect on someone with someone like Kanavi, that is just such a perfect solution to what makes them so good at this game. And for BLG, I'll be curious to see as we come into picks and bans, will they recognize that, or will they kind of like let it go to the sideline?
I think no one's gonna let it through, because even just coming from team side before, right? When you have a champion like this, that there's almost no way you've scrimmed against this champion, right? I think the only other player that I've seen play Shaco is Steel, who I believe is DFM's jungler in the LJL, but it's like, hey, so you've not scrimmed against this champion. You know what Shaco does, right? You've seen Shaco in solo queue, but you don't really know what he does. You don't know necessarily how to play around him, or like the tendencies, especially things with invisibility coming through. So if I'm any team facing JDG, I ban it. I ban it every single time.
Yeah, I think you honestly just got to, and that itself adds an extra layer to the pick and ban. It's where if you're on red or blue side, you cannot just go with the standard bans. You have to put this one in, so it changes how you look at the draft. It changes how you approach it, and really is going to be interesting to see how, if BLG can abuse that fact, because you can kind of almost bait an enemy team into a false sense of security with it, saying, oh, they have to ban away the Shaco, they have to go away with this. But if you're able to use that against them, then you might be able to find yourself with a couple of extra OPs on the board. We are jumping into the Shanghai Stadium. Of course, the team's coming out onto stage. BLG really would love a win here. It would put a nice little 7-4 onto their scoreline, which puts them in a great position for playoffs.
Yep, and BLG, you know, let's at least applaud them for consistency, right? They've been sticking to the same lineup. We saw last split they were having a lot of instability, especially in the support role. But it is going to be BU, Weiwei, Zika, Aiming, and PP God once again. So for the side of BLG, it's like, hey, you know, we know how they play the game. I feel like they're a bit like LGD in the sense of Again, new day, same me. We know how they're going to play the game. The question is it going to be able to work against a team like JDG, who I feel like JDG are the team with a lot more variance, like you hit on. So for JDG, I feel like this series is a lot more in your hands than compared to BLG, unless BLG put the same amount of prep and research into JDG that Suning clearly did.
Well, for JDG, we'll see how much prep they are putting it in. Of course, sitting at 7-4. Would love to join the likes of FBX and RA on the 8 wins. Or sorry, not RA, LNG on 8 wins up at the top end of the table. But got to go through a pretty resilient BLG. And honestly, I feel like coming into this series, it is an opportunity here for BLG to get the little bit of an upset and really just condense down that top 10 or even, you know, say second to 12 positions to 1 or 2 wins between pretty much everybody.
Yeah, you know, it's just really crazy the situation we're in right now, where one win or one loss just makes such a huge difference in the standings. And thinking about that, right, just seeing JDG this split is so weird to me. Think about the world we're in, where last year you looked at JDG and they were like untouchable gods. JDG and Top Esports were just so far ahead, it felt like, of the rest of the LPL, that they were just a surefire bet to be a winner. They go to Worlds. They're a team that all of us look at as favorites. It's looking like, okay, Worlds is between Damwon, Top Esports, and JDG. And then JDG obviously flopped at Worlds, but just haven't been able to pull up the same level of performance since. It feels like teams like JDG definitely were a big byproduct of the meta that we had in 2020 and not able to pull through to the same effect with where we are now. I feel like especially in summer, the meta has hit JDG harder than ever before, right? We don't have things like the Orns coming out, Renekton being banned every game, Set not really being a staple of the top lane, Wukong not really being in meta. There's so many champions that JDG were just S+ tier on that are pretty much just niche picks right now.
Yeah, the things like you mentioned, the Ornn, the Wukong, and of course the Renekton, big team fight, heavy hitter engages, and that's why we're so surprised to see Zoom having such a poor game against Suning last week. It was uncharacteristic, because we do see this guy as the shining light, if you will, for this team, the vanguard who walks forward and sets up the engages. But on things like Viego and Gwen, you cannot be that particular pick for that particular tool for your team. And for JDG, they just need to find out how they can alter their picks, alter their bans to put themselves back into a good position. We're jumping into picks and bans. The first 5 bans: Ziggs, Volibear, Akali, the Gwen, and the Thresh, all banned away. I imagine that BLG will look to ban away the Lee Sin, or maybe even the Shaka was their final pick.
I'm just really surprised once again at all the priority picks being left open. So the Nocturne ban going through, Renekton being something that's surprisingly left open, the Lee Sin already what you highlighted as well. Looks like JDG just going to lock in that one for themselves. I feel like this has been Kanavi's best champion so far this split. He's 4-1 on the pick, and it's pretty consistently gone to him. Both Zoom and Yagao have only played it once. So it feels like JDG going to get themselves some early pressure in that jungle role.
We'll be giving them some early pressure, but I'm just putting it out there. We'll see if they do want to give it to Kanavi for the Lee Sin. The Shaka is still available, could flex it to a solo lane, and of course Pill still pick that one up. Has not been banned away, but we'll wait and see what JDG decide to do. But you pick the Lee Sin, you lose the Viego, and of course the Xin Zhao. So good skirmishing power here from BLG on the top half of the map.
Yeah, and now for JDG, the fact that the Thresh has finally been taken away means that you have to go back to a different bot laner, right? Because we've been seeing the Aphelios Thresh pretty much every single game for JDG. Going to be picking up the Kalista this time around. I'm more interested to see where JDG go with their solo lane. So already locking in the Sylas, but I want to see where they go with top. We know the Lee Sin's a flex pick. They're going to leave it for that, but for Zoom, if he doesn't want to pick up the Lee Sin, which he has only played once, you don't really have any AP options available to try and insert with that one. I feel like we've still mostly just seen Zoom default to tanks. Maybe something like the Set is possible. You can play that in the Viego and just try to survive. Things like the Dr. Mundo are always possible as well. Renekton also, something we highlighted that has been left through, is something that Zoom started to gravitate towards later on in 2020, but for JDG so far, a lot of early game power, a lot of skirmishing coming out to where I feel like BLG thus far definitely set themselves up for a better end of the scaling. They do have more range to play off of with the Ezreal as well. You're going to have the resets coming in later on in teamfights with the Viego, so a bit of a power disparity coming in so far.
We'll see now the supports being hit as JDG back away from the Braum. The Rakan was banned away as well. We might see the Nautilus and maybe the Leona from both sides. And if we do see both of those bans come in, I am curious to see what we're left with. Of course, Lumao always has the Bard in the back pocket. Arguably one of the best Bard players in the world. And, you know, I really can't think of many other people in my list who I would put onto that. But Nautilus now banned away. What do you go with here for JDG?
You know, just real quick, I feel like you might have the two best Bard players in the LPL in this match, right?
Yes.
Like PP God also, one thing you can't disrespect PP God for is his Bard, definitely an incredible pick, but the Nautilus taken away means the Leona still being left up, so both supports not being taken away, so we're actually going to be looking more at JDG with where they want to go for their support pick. You do still have things like the Rel open, but I feel like BLG have a lot of mobility and a lot of ways to get away from something like a Magnet Storm. We've actually seen Lumao be one of the people to bring out things like the Set and the Grog is still, but I feel like both of those feel a little bit weird. I'd like the Set, but the Grog is don't really need any disengage. You need to be looking for the engage coming through. So for JDG, they are just going to end up blocking in that one. And now I feel like it's the time to see, hey, where is this Lee Sin going to end up? We already highlighted it's mostly been a Kanavi pick. It is his most played jungler thus far. And Zoom going to be bringing out the Camille. 100% win rate so far, the Split Penguin.
Yeah, results-based analysis does dictate that Zoom is in fact good at Camille as we look towards what the side of BLG want to use as a response to that. The Kennen is something that has not been in the meta for a little while now, a couple of patches since that little Yordle has been here, but does fit a lot of what BLG want to do. Need an AP carry and they are locking it in, so nice team fighting here from BLG.
Yeah, really interesting pick coming out from BLG, and I mean, heck, these are one of the dimensions you want to show if you want to be able to pick up a surprise win here today, right? Being able to pull something out to catch the enemy team off guard. They did need AP, like you highlighted, extremely strong team fighter coming in. We know also pretty good laning phase as well. Kennen always been a bit of a lane bully. And it definitely feels like BLG have set themselves up for 5v5s. One thing Kennen's great at as well is dissuading divers, because you jump in, he just pops the Slicing Maelstrom, and then you're just going to be in a position where numerous members of your team are able to get stunned and locked down. So for BLG, tons of 5v5 teamfight power coming out. For JDG, I feel like it is more skirmish heavy, more about looking for picks, more about trying to find those individual outplays.
Both comps locked and loaded, both teams hungry for a win in this series. Will be a big scalp going towards playoffs. Neither side willing to give an inch. We'll see exactly how it all plays out as we jump straight onto the Rift. And I'm going to be keeping a very, very keen eye on that mid lane. We highlighted it before we came into the series. I want to see now how Zika and Yagao are able to utilize their respective picks and make influence around the map.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, right? And I feel like if we're talking about some of the conditions we hit on coming into the day, it's like, hey, we have for BLG, you have aiming on the Ezreal, so something that he is able to take over the game on. You do have things like the Viego coming out in mid lane, so hopefully Zika able to find some kind of influence, and especially linking up with the bot lane. You have a roaming support in the Leona. And then for JDG, it's actually not the same style of, hey, enabling Kanavi to be the carry. Kanavi going back to that really heavy pressuring early game style, going to be focusing on his lanes, and especially I feel like linking up with your mid laner and setting up for Loken and Lumao to be the ones doing well, because when you have a Kalista, I feel like you really want to be all in on trying to get her through the laning phase. Camille is a very self-sufficient top laner, does have the Ignite this time, so showing he wants to be aggressive, but with that hook shot, wall shot, if Weiwei ever committed towards the top side gank, Zoom would be able to get out unscathed, you know, barring plays it well, has the vision necessary.
The Gyos and the signs of the crowd. Always good to have a live crowd. We don't hear them, but you at home do, and that's all that really matters as we jump onto the Rift. Look like both jugglers going to be mirroring their own start. Kanavi starting on the red with Weiwei onto the blue, and we'll see exactly what way these junglers are able to influence. Kanavi has been incredibly good at getting early game advantages for JDG, creative pathing, and also just being a nuisance, finding himself behind top side. So if he's able to make that work for him in top lane, specifically against something like a Kennen, put that Kennen into a hole, it could be huge for the side of JDG.
Yeah, definitely can be. And, you know, coming to this, I feel like the big thing we need to keep our eye on is this top lane matchup. Not something we've seen in a while. Kennen's going to have early pressure. You're ranged into melee. I feel like quickly, though, this does switch over to being quite fine for Camille. Once you hit level 3, you have access to your full combo. You're able to look for those all-ins. I feel like it is quite hard for Kennen to kite it out even with his E. And then at level 6, if you're able to call up your jungler, Hextech Ultimatum, you bring Kanavi in. Sure, you have the Slicing Maelstrom, but the damage should be there. I feel like we have potential to see a lot of crazy 2v2s up in topside, right? A lot of AoE, a lot of lockdown on both sides.
Yeah, both sides will be angling towards that as we wait to see now what way the junglers do want to go. Zika did not drop a ward into the Raptors of Kanavi, so just decided opting towards that river ward instead to make sure they have full vision if he does go for a mid lane invade or a top side invade of any sorts. And now we'll see, with the level 3s being hit in this top side, what can either of these top laners do with the priority they've been given?
Yeah, and for BLG, I think it should definitely open up for a topside scuttle, right? You have pushing mid, you have pushing top. BB especially doing quite good, to where Kanavi probably going to have to wrap back down towards his bottom lane. Loken and Lumao are the ones who have pushed right now. They're doing a pretty decent job at just being able to control this wave. It's what we'd expect, right? Hailblades, Callisto, you're up against Nezreal. You also have a Set who is an incredible early skirmisher. And that's what's going to happen. BLG getting themselves a topside scuttle, might even just be able to path through mid if they want and try to just quickly force that one out, unless Luma and Loken just go and try and take that one right away. And that actually might be the play, though looks like only going to be a ward coming out from Lumao. Actually, not even a ward. He's actually just going to check if Weiwei's there.
Just seeing if there was a Zhao, not really committing fully to popping down the ward. Actually didn't have a ward to pop down just yet, so still waiting for that cooldown to come back. And I think it was just smart from Weiwei to recognize he doesn't have bot lane priority. He doesn't need to overforce it, so takes his scuttle top side, takes away his Krugs, and gets himself back on even footing against the Lee Sin. But now Kanavi, we see this from junglers a lot. It is just generally a quick ward as you assume the enemy jungler's on the opposite side, and you just pop down the ward and you try to go for the reset. But Kanavi is now in this mid lane. This wave is pushing up into the into the JDG side, so Zika might have to put himself in a little bit of a bad position, and ooh, everything misses, and Kanavi just kind of wastes a little bit of time.
I mean, it's another reason why the Viego and DeSalis matchup, I feel like, is just so nice for the Viego, right? Not only do you have early pressure, early prio, you don't use mana, so it's very easy to just keep spamming in the wave, but you have tools to be able to dodge out on skill shots, which is what South needs to land, needs to hit the Abscond Abduct, as Lumao finds the E, but going to be a little bit of damage coming out. For JDG, right, we're seeing the spot lane pressure come out really be the only point they can play around. I'd love to see JDG be a team to walk into bottom lane, get some deep vision, maybe play around a potential like blue buff respawn coming out, or even just playing with Fog of War to try and release the burden from Yagao. I guess you don't expect too much as Zika from like a set roam coming out very early on for the side of JDG, so feels like it would mostly be about contesting enemy jungle camps for the side of JD Gaming.
Speaking of contesting enemy jungle camps, BLG's Weiwei snuck himself in now towards this top half of the map. There will be wolves, or not wolves, sorry, Gromp spawning now, as he's going to be able to see that, so he will be able to steal at least one camp away, but recognizes with the ward that there's going to be a Kanavi walking in front of him. But was he spotted? That is the question. I think Weiwei is just happy enough playing Solid Snake here, some Metal Gear Solid, and getting himself out undetected.
I don't think Weiwei spotted Kanavi, right? Because heck, Weiwei's the one with.
He definitely did, because there's a ward.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, definitely.
He walked through the red. I was gonna say because you're the one with top and mid prio, so I don't feel like Weiwei should feel any threat from looking for any potential skirmishes. Zoom was going for the recall, so maybe feeling like, hey, gonna TP in with more items. You don't have time as BB to look for the reset, so instead wanting to opt out of that one, but. we've had a really chill 6 minutes, and it makes me feel uneasy, Penguin.
I don't know, man. I think I need something chill. Ireland's been heating up right now. It's like 30 degrees, which is unheard of for a pasty white man like myself. It's not pleasant. Maximum I can do is probably 2 days of 22 degrees and then back to the rain. So I'm enjoying the chill vibes at the moment from BLG and JDG. I feel like it's it's what I need to cool myself down.
I definitely need that more than you. I, do live in the desert. There are cacti everywhere, which, if you didn't know, because I feel like a lot of people probably don't know that cacti is the plural of cactus, as you at home are wondering, what are these casters saying? There's a hype match between JDG and BLG on my screen. Please break down the game for us. But sadly, we just haven't seen too much. We've seen trade sides.
I was going to say, what's there to break down?
I mean, to be fair, right? We haven't seen teams commit to opposite sides. So we're BLG coming out with the deep aggressive vision on top side. We're finally seeing what we hit on earlier, right? That this is the avenue where JDG can contest. We wanted to see them contest this early blue buff.
They're going to go for it. There's going to be a nice E, though. Facebreaker is beautifully set up for Kanabi to take up the first blood. And with Yagao having priority in that mid lane, it means there is no response here for BLG.
I'm just happy, Penguin. I'm just happy. We wanted to see the second blue buff contest coming out. You have early prio. You've made it so that BLG weren't able to find anything on the top side, though they didn't really look for it, to be fair. And now you're the team finding an advantage on the bottom half of the map. They're going to keep trading through this one. JDG now, I think, should be able to look for that dragon. They just hard pushed in the bottom lane, so going to be able to pick up this one. They have the Callisto, so stacking these nice and early feels good. Also, you're taking a Cloud, so maybe going to get a more aggressive, more potentially fiery soul coming on the Rift later on.
A less chill soul is what you're saying. Oh, no fire soul for you. It's going to be Infernal next. So we'll either get a mountain or an ocean as we move back on towards how this game is kind of going. And slowly but surely, JDG are picking themselves up about just under 1,000 gold lead. They are the ones that feel like they're in control. You can see now, like you mentioned, once you hit to those later levels, Zoom is totally comfortable against this Kennen. It's not really going to be much of a difference for them to go up to this. And a nice little ward here that is being cleared by Weiwei will keep Zoom nice and safe, but they might just use this opportunity to get a quick little reset in and go for that Rift Herald.
Yep, going to make their way down. They are the team who've had consistent top-side vision, so wouldn't be too surprising, but we are seeing BLG go for a reset right now, so not going to opt into that one. One thing is, right, JDG, despite not having prio and pressure up in top and mid, since they do have pressure in bottom lane, they can be the team to rotate their bottom lane over first. But BLG actually said they don't care. They don't care if they're the ones who get pushed in. They actually just completely leave lane because Loken and Luma were waiting in a brush, trying to make a cheeky play, trying to make BLG think they were roaming over, but BLG didn't fall for it, and they're going to just get a Rift Herald for free.
Yeah, and that was just a really nice use there by BLG, recognizing he had a TP advantage. He could just use it to get himself back up into that top side, get pressure onto the mid lane, or sorry, onto the Rift Herald, while not losing anything in top. So nice recognition there from the top laner of BLG, as they now see both sides recognizing that BLG own the top half and JDG own the bottom, and we'll see how they're able to change that power dynamic in the coming minutes.
It also goes completely against everything we said about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
BLG. I mean, to be fair, JDG are following the plan, right? All in on just playing the bots.
That was so good. He waited to the last second of the hookshot, wall shot, and cancelled the animation with the stun. Beautifully done by BLG. When with Zoom having no flash, he has nowhere to go, and that is a nice kill there by BLG.
I mean, he just plays it right. I mean, you're bringing your jungle up, so you really have no reason to go for the stun preemptively. So nice foresight coming out from BLG. They have the damage down. They even still have the Rift Herald, so can try and get some more gold if they please. But Weiwei gonna make his way down towards the bottom side instead, as PeepGod looks like he might be caught out, but considering Lumao is all by himself, it's not gonna turn into anything.
It's still 2.5 minutes as well till this dragon spawns, so no immediate objective here for the side of JDG, but Kanabi wants this Grump. There is, however, quite a few members of BLG hovering around. No TP for either top laner just yet. The Grump has been taken, and now PeepGod just trying to avoid all these different skill shots to get himself back into lane and join back up with aiming.
And for BLG, we're just keeping our eyes now right on where this Herald will be used. The only place you've taken a plate is the top side of the map. Your bottom lane's still in no place where they should be able to get pressure by themselves. Sure, Weiwei can potentially set himself up for a gank, but for the fact that JDG have controlled bottom side, you know they should have vision. As we're going to get the Pro View replay, has the ward in the brush, knows that Zoom's there, throws out the Q, is getting the hits of the passive as well, and actually got the stun blind, just knowing that, you know, Zoom would be looking for that hookshot, wall shot to come out, and they're able to secure the kill with the Slicing Maelstrom and Weiwei coming in.
Beautiful play there from BuBu. Didn't even have to commit his flash, so nothing wasted in that engagement. And nice kill going over to Weiwei, so they equal out that. And it's still only about 1,000 gold lead for JDG, so still doing very well on that front. Minute and 10 seconds until Dragon, excuse me. So we now see Kanavi up in this top side, just shadowing to see if Weiwei is here. There's a lot of pings coming down. No way they can really kind of come back onto this, but Kanavi knows the Slicing Maelstrom is probably just coming up now, so Kanavi is still here to make sure that Weiwei doesn't get his way now with BuBu.
Yeah, and JDG got to be a little bit careful. I like Kanavi being up towards the top side right now for the fact that Dragon isn't up, enemy blue buff isn't up, so you really don't have any place to make on the opposite side of the map just yet. And you know BLG have Herald, and we were hitting on how dropping Herald bot doesn't really make a lot of sense. You can try and find an opportunity mid if you roam BuBu down, but I feel like BLG would want to set up for it top, so send Kanavi up towards top side. Don't let any play like that come out just yet, and then start pathing him towards the bottom side. Enemy buffs are up, your red buff is up, Dragon will be up shortly, as Weiwei now just gonna opt into dropping it mid with the fact that, you know, they weren't able to find anything top side, and they should be able to get this scot-free. And Dragon's coming up, Penguin. It all works out.
It all works out, but this feels a bit disjointed from BLG because there's important to note that Zoom has TP where BuBu doesn't, so there is actually a potential of a 5v4 in favor of JDG should BLG look to contest around this Dragon. And with the Riptile going down in mid lane, it looks like that's what they want to do. They need another about minute or so before they can get that TP back up onto BuBu, and now you can see him roaming down. He knows he needs to get himself into this bot side because they've committed so much to trying to defend this.
Yeah, and we see BuBu has push, so it doesn't matter that BuBu doesn't have TP advantage. BuBu's already making his way down, so we can potentially get a 5v5 here. Kanavi gonna peel off the Drake.
Oh, Kanavi goes in, gets the kickback. TP gonna be coming off the back of this as well as Kanavi gets himself over the wall. Both flashes from both junglers have been used, but now both junglers are dead. The Slicing Maelstrom only hits onto 2 as Zoom now finds himself with the Hexagon Maiden on top of Weiwei. Keeps himself safe, flash forward from Yagao, gets the Abscond Gut and the Showstopper to start us all off. We're going to see the True Shot Barrage doing enough damage to maybe dissuade a dive, but not enough to keep BLG in the fight. They lose 2, only gain 1, and it's going to be JDG getting the Dragon.
Yeah, JDG, I mean, Kanavi starting it off, and this goes back to what we said, right? JDG only go forward because Kanavi peels off the Drake, but peels off the Drake into engaging onto BLG, able to get 2 kills. I'm sure we're going to get the replay of that one. Doesn't matter that their smite is down because they have a Callista, so the Ren going to be able to secure that one. Mountain Soul on the Rift. And here we go, lands the Q, goes straight into the E, ward jumps in for the kick, flashes over the wall. It's going to wait for his Q to come back up, and is able to finish off Zika with it. Really clean mechanics coming out from Kanavi. Zoom comes in with a teleport, Hextech ultimatum sets up for the next engage, and then Yagao flashing W into E, getting that last kill available. And sure, you get one back onto Kanavi because pretty much did throw away his life to find that initial kill, but like you said, you get an extra kill, you get the neutral objective coming in, and I don't think Zoom lost top wave. I could be wrong, but I know the wave was in a position where it was next to BuBu's turret, but BuBu did go back up the top lane relatively early. BuBu is up about 15, 16 CS right now, so still does have a bit of a lead.
So there's a bit of a lead. Kanavi is on to the top side again, just shadowing Zoom, trying to see if he can punish BuBu. But now BuBu has himself a teleport advantage. So this is the weird moment we see where if you don't match teleport for teleport, you end up in this weird half, like every 2.5 minutes, someone else has an advantage. So we'll see what BLG are able to do with it, if anything at all, as the rest of JDG now find themselves in mid lane. It will be a 4v3 if they want to take it. The Silas has been sent to deal with the Kennen. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a separate lane allocation now for JDG. They recognize that the Camille just can't really do much into this matchup. There's not enough kill threat, but there definitely is kill threat onto the Viego.
I feel like the bigger thing is, yeah, BLG, with the way their lanes are set up, with Zika coming out of base, just wanting to send him bot to match because he does have teleport, can come up here if needed, but Zoom making the move already because he doesn't have teleport like you talked about. So JDG actually just going to start this one off. BLG going to try and punish by denying some waves in EXP down in bot lane so he could try and get some damage down onto that one. As BLG can start shifting down towards bottom side right now and trying to get some vision down to potentially have about a 15-second window to punish Zoom in that bottom lane. But for JDG, the fact you get Herald I think feels really nice. And going to be able to move back mid in time to dissuade BLG from getting any more damage down onto that turret.
And no more damage onto the mid lane, but bot lane taken down to about half HP. It's going to be Zoom left down in the bot side to try and deal with this, but doesn't look like he wants anything to do with it, as he's just going to try and take away the Krugs. So yes, you lose the Rift Herald, but BLG making a smart macro move and saying, look, it doesn't matter, we just don't have to contest it, we can still take the bot tier 1. And that is the first turret of the game going down at 17 minutes and 25 seconds. It is a late time for that turret to be going down. Both sides fairly even on gold. The only real difference has been those neutral objectives for JDG.
Yeah, it's you know, this isn't too weird for BLG. BLG have become one of the, I don't want to use the term slower, but BLG have become a team that I think prey a lot on enemy mistakes to be able to find their openings. If they do draft aggressive, strong 2v2 bot lanes, like if we see BLG pull up the Kalista, that is typically an area where they'll look for advantages. But if not, BLG have been a team that have been happy to just stack up neutrals and look for team fights later on. JDG have actually been the opposite. JDG have been the much more aggressive team in the early parts of the game. I feel like one big jump we see from previous splits is before Kanavi would actually look for a lot of early ganks around Zoom, but this split that has not been the case at all. It has been much more about Kanavi and Yagao linking up in that first 15 minutes and then trying to link up with Lumao and look for those jungle invades. So very different look for JDG this game, but hey, they have just been able to stack up dragons for free so far. Next one's up in a minute, and they're already setting up for Zoom to get pressure down in that bottom side. So could be an easy avenue in for JDG to get vision control back of the bottom half of the map.
To be careful though, Zika has got himself a Divine Sundera and the Executioner's Calling, so he's going to be able to mitigate a lot of that healing that would come out from anyone really on the side of JDG. And now what do you do if you're BLG? You have pressure on top side, there is TPs across the board and summoners all available. No stopwatch is picked up by pretty much anybody at this stage. So this could be a 30 seconds time, a big shift in momentum for whoever can pick up this fight.
I feel like a big thing we can see is how JDG look for the engage, right? Because actually, if you coordinate the engage when BuBu's around, BuBu's going to be getting a lot of benefit out of the Slicing Maelstrom, right? Multiple targets funneling in, multiple people to get damage down on and find stuns onto. So for JDG, I want to see how they look for the play. They use the Rift Herald to guarantee Prio to be able to walk into the river and control vision. They do have a great turn. They do have tons of engage angles, and Yagao's going to play off to the side and play a bit of a flank.
Here we go. Teleport is being channeled. 2,800 onto the Dragon as they're trying to just get this one there. Solo Flare does not really land onto anybody, but there's a Slicing Maelstrom immediately brought back into the pit, but the jungler for JDG is dead. That means BLG pick up that objective, and it's just going to be set in this side, trying to pick up a kill, but will not get it. Eventually, the cannon will fall, but it's a 2 for 1 in favor of BLG, and most importantly, they got the Dragon.
Yeah, that one is massive for them. They're even going to be able to turn it into a mid lane turret. They should be able to get more vision down in top side, control the Scuttle Crab. Just so much for BLG to gain off of this play. Wei coming in with a really good engage, doing some great damage. And it didn't even matter that, you know, you sent the Slicing Maelstrom in another direction. Still, BuBu able to do a lot of work. And these are the types of team fights that BLG thrive in. These close quarter, close spaces where you do have a lot of AoE damage. You have people setting up Zika to find the resets. And we're going to get the full-on replay now. They bring BuBu in. Zika the one to start off, Wei following up. And sure, the showstopper brings Kennen away, but you just brought him away actually towards Kanavi. Wei also able to do a massive amount for that one. and Lumao tries to flash to hit the showstopper onto BuBu. He actually does. I'm not sure if he also ignited, but is able to end up securing that kill in the end, so you get one back, but it doesn't mean all too much at the end of the day.
I think the big problem with that disengaging showstopper was that your Camille and Kalista were already walking backwards. They were out of the fight, so the job had been done by this Kennen to get the flashes out, get the the mobility out of these characters, and this is where BLG feel they're most comfortable. You've got aiming stacking up very, very nicely already on the 2 items. You've got yourself the Kennen for the big team fight engage, and this feels a lot more like it could be leaning towards BLG. They're now 1,000 gold, or just a little bit under it, in the Ascendancy. They're the ones that are picking up and deciding when we go for these fights. And for JDG, again, we love to talk about Kanavi being a great innovator, looking for early game skirmishes, but he just hasn't found them again.
And for JDG, I feel like it's going to be a lot harder to find the fights that you want, because typically when you have compositions like this, right, you're banking on the fact that you do have a Hextech ultimatum, so you are able to get onto the primary target that you want, lock them down, burst them out right away. But for Zoom, as long as BuBu has that slicing maelstrom up, it just feels like it's going to be really rough. And not to mention, right, we're pretty much harping on the Kennen because it is such an exciting and new pick, but even a lot of your other tools deal with Camille quite well, to where you have a Leona, you have a Xin Zhao, they're able to get in and disrupt you from being able to really do anything to aiming. Aiming already having his own self-peel tools as well, so I do favor BLG's 5v5 coming out. We also hit on how there's a lot of easy ways to set up for the resets coming out from Zika, but JDG going to keep using this side pressure they do have. That's something that they will be able to rely on pretty consistently, with the fact that they are up against the Kennen. Kennen, you know, when he goes AP, is just pretty much all indexed into team fighting. You don't have any pressure in that 1v1 by yourself, to where JDG do have 2 side laners. Sure, Viego is stronger right now than the Camille, but for JDG, they're just going to play around the side of the map where that Kennen is.
I start to feel a little bit worried here for JDG. You can see already aiming is not afraid to walk forward, already has that Glacial Shroud moving towards his Frozen Heart, and can just E aggressively onto Lumao and Loki, knowing that there's not really a lot they can do about it. We are going to see, though, aiming try and get himself away. Weiwei does not have flash, and it's Logan just kind of pushing him down. Nicely done, though, and the wind becomes lightning to keep himself safe, but step a little bit too far forward and you will get your hands caught in the cookie jar.
And it's one of those things where JDG gave up a wave topside. You can see it now crashing into turret to be able to look for that play, because BuBu doesn't have TP, isn't able to follow up, so BLG know they can't turn, they can't look for anything in the response. They just need to give and be okay with what JDG lose in terms of tempo for making that play, and in terms of the EXP and gold on the minions. And lucky for Weiwei, didn't even need to burn a flash, so didn't really lose all too much. Next dragon in 45 seconds, that's what BLG were really waiting for. BuBu's going to lose a wave up top for opting into such an early reset, but for BLG, I feel like things like that don't matter too much. It's all about getting on the objective first, as actually pings are coming out towards top side for Weiwei.
A couple of top side pings, but this time around they do end up moving back in towards this Dragon Pit. 20 seconds till that spawns. It is a pretty much dead even gold, about 800 here or there. Zonya's here for Yagao, as well as a stopwatch for BuBu. Did not have that in the last fight. PP God aggressively posturing forward, trying to get the vision control, but BLG, they might say, look, you're a little bit too early for this. As I say that, Weiwei jumps straight in onto Yagao, and Yagao might be in a little bit of trouble. Good Everfrost lands on the 3, but nobody's there to really kind of combine onto it. There is the slicing maelstrom down onto 3 people, and now JDG have to run for the hills. They lose the Kalista, the Camille, they lose the set as well. It's on Yagao. Yagao has to be the hero. He picks up one more, but I don't think he's going to be able to get anything else. BLG decimate JDG in the fight and can turn around for the Baron.
And I'm going to need to see that one again, Penguin, because I'm not really quite sure what's up with the showstoppers coming out from Lumao, but again, it looked like the members of JDG were funneling towards one side, and Lumao just continued to bring the Kennen towards them. BuBu, massive ultimate. We did see a pretty good Everfrost from Yagao. It looked like, hey, maybe there's ways JDG can set this up to find the turn, but Weiwei with the engage, BuBu with the ultimate, and then Zeke aiming with the follow-up. able to cement the team fight, 2K gold lead coming up from them, actually up to 4K now, and also picking themselves up the Baron. We're going to go right into the replay. Wei finding the engage. They're going to commit, but really nice Everfrost. Now keep your eyes on BuBu. He's going to be the one to follow up, does flash in immediately.
No.
And yeah, I mean, to be fair, there was really no other way you could take him as a Lumao. You would have had to flash in the other direction and ult him out, but we come right out of the replay into a fight.
We do indeed. PP God goes golden as he tries to get the engage, and the Camille is dead. Zoom is no longer here. Yagao trying to go in with the stolen slicing Maelstrom, but this Leona is still hunting, still pushing. PP God heard you chatting about him and saying he hasn't been having a great split. He's having a great game now for the side of BLG, and now with Baron, with another 4-for-1 team fight in favor of BLG, they'll take the Dragon, and they're just going to own the map.
Yeah, and you know, Penguin, right before break ended, you told me you thought BLG were gonna win, and I said no way. And
you told me to say it on broadcast, and I wasn't brave enough. I did not have enough faith.
You weren't, but you know, here I am to give you credit where credit is due, even with your cowardice in the eyes of the people. But you know, you were right, and here's the public apology. But BLG now 6K gold up. I mean, I feel like especially their top side has had a phenomenal performance, but BLG just really knowing how to play out their composition. I feel like the drafting especially was really good. I really like the Kennen pick coming out and how we've seen it utilized so far. I take back what I said, the more... Oh, they're going to find the engage.
Not quite yet. BuBu hasn't gone in with the slicing Maelstrom, but they almost take out Lumao without having to invest pretty much anything. They have to use the Fate's Call just to keep him alive, but that is inhibitor cracked open in the bot side. This is a perfect inhibitor for BLG. It gives you so much pressure around the top side of the match, which is where all the turrets are left for the side of JDG. Oh, I'm gonna say that. We're gonna see
the engage.
They found an engage. It's aiming, gets jumped on by the Hexacle Ultimatum, and Kanavi are gonna try and go in on top of it, but there's the slicing Maelstrom trying to just kill off everybody here. You can see BuBu going back out of his golden stasis, but now with Zika still alive and having so much utility, can he get the resets? He's gotten 2. But can he get any more? He goes back in, trying to see if he can get it. There's going to be a bit of a scrap in the middle of all this. It's going to be a triple kill, but nothing more than that. They're not going to give him over the penta, but it will be a 5-for-4 exchange. Loken, the only man left standing. JDG won, but I don't think they're going to feel like a victory after this.
Man, that was so close, though, right? Like, we saw Zika almost be able to get the reset off. He was just about to pick the soul, but yeah, you're right. Just really nice pick coming out from the side of JDG. Yagao especially. It's going to set up to where they do have numbers advantage at first going into the skirmish. And the other members just being caught off guard. Zika does get this reset, though. It is a 3v2. There are some tanky members up on the side of JDG, Silas, and Set. They're going to go in, and it looks like they have it. Have a ton of AoE damage coming out on both sides, but Loken just able to get him before he's able to really proc the soul and start getting that invulnerability and the healing coming out. And then Loken able to turn it around when it is only PP God left. Like you said, they get the win, but the fact that there isn't any objective or vision or any control that they're able to turn it into, it actually doesn't really mean too much for JDG, other than it bought them, you know, about a minute of breathing room. So it's not the end of the world. It's a team like JDG where you're going to hope you can find another pick like that to come back in. I feel like time is still a valuable resource.
Time and also the golden shutdowns you're able to garner for yourself. So you got a lot of gold going. Yeah, tons of money. 5 kills worth of money going back into your pocket is always a nice feeling. And we'll see exactly how they're able to kind of bring it back. Because it was about a 7,000 gold lead. Now it's only about a 5,000. So they did make back a nice 2,000 chunk. But that bot lane pushing against them. Now we can talk about what I was going to say with BLG. Getting that bot lane inhibitor does open up this top side for them to really siege down upon. And with the later this game goes, you can see this Ezreal really starting to hurt people with his Mystic shots. Look at that, 1 Q, and Kanavi has to be very careful with how far forward he goes.
No, and for JDG, right? I mean, you look at your options. We talked about the Hextech Ultimatum and the ways BLG can play around that. Kanavi can always look for some sort of war jump play into a fight but doesn't have flash available. That really only leaves Loken maybe throwing in Lumao, but that one feels weird, right? Typically you want to engage as support first and save that Kalista ultimate to pull them out of the fray or look for a re-engage afterwards. So it feels like JDG understanding all this, hey, we actually don't have a way of even looking for a scrap right now. just going to give this one up on the top side. Going to keep clearing out minions on the opposite side of the map because they also did lose their inhibitor down in bot. So Zoom having to deal with supers. And BLG just going to play this next couple minutes pretty patiently. Baron's going to come up soon, so they're going to have a way to pull JDG out of their base. And then JDG really going to feel the pressure from the supers and bot side when they're going to be pulled across the map.
Not only that, but just looking at the Mountain Soul, it's such a good soul for BLG because the extra armor and magic resistance you garner, if you're able to get soul off it as well, the extra shielding makes it so difficult for someone like Loken to maybe even time the Ren, to know if you can go for the execute. Of course, to burst anybody down becomes even harder as well. So JDG running out of options. They are still in this game though, and we've seen with the Kanavi and Camille combination, they have such good ways of getting themselves on top of the priority carries. Now, aiming still without flash, but pretty much everything else on board here for the side of BLG. The TP going to be coming in as well. There's Bew feeling feisty as Zika just says hello to Yugao, who comes straight in and steals away a Kennen slicing Maelstrom. That's important for Yugao if he wants to try and have an impact in this fight.
Yeah, and, you know, let's remember Silas honestly uses a lot of ultimates better than most champions. I feel like this is another one where Silas does quite well because you have a way to get on top of enemy champions. Abscond Abduct going to be great if he can get onto that backline. The problem is a lot of BLG's champions actually want to be running forward at you and aiming. About to have his flash up, does have heal.
Here we go, it's a perfect combination of the slicing Maelstrom into the showstopper, but they haven't taken down any kills yet. Yugao found the flank, but can they get any more of these kills? You can see that aiming is still alive, aiming is still doing work, as is Zika, and now Loken cannot escape from the heartbreak that is going to be BLG taking this team fight. Yugao and Lumao had such a great combo, but it just wasn't enough, and I think BLG can just push in and take the game.
Yeah, BLG, I mean, BLG have been a topsy turbulent team recently. Taking down a team like JDG, who are sitting one win above you, would be absolutely massive. And all their members showed up. Can Yugao show up? Can Yugao do what Knight did only a few weeks ago? Looks a bit rough, Penguin.
I don't know if he can. He's got himself the Sinzar ultimate to try and separate everybody out, but you can see they're just jumping in on top of him, and that is the ace finally coming in for BLG. They will take this first game away from JDG and put themselves in prime position to give themselves a nice 2-0 in the standings today. Great game for BLG.
BLG just, I mean, coming out with a really interesting draft, bringing out the Kennen, which feels like it really does so much work against all the champions that JDG picked, right? We saw what happened when they funneled into this team fight. They're very short-range composition. They're going to be looking for engages. And yeah, BB did a great job of canceling that out. It feels like Weiwei as well. Weiwei was the primary engager in most of these fights, which is crazy when you also PP got on the Leona, but it feels like Weiwei was really the one finding the angles to get BLG in. And we saw that JDG's comp never had a way of locking down aiming either. Aiming was able to do whatever he wanted on the backside of the fights. And when you have all this AoE damage on the top side of the map from your Kennen, getting pelt bars low, you have a true shot barrage coming up from your Ezreal, you know the happiest person on the Rift is Zika on the Viego. You know, you just press R, everyone's already low, you already get the reset.
Honestly, such a great fight there from aiming. You can see Zoom jumps on top of him in that last team fight, but because he's already got the Frozen Heart, he's already got himself to a tanky enough build, Zoom can't kill him. There's nothing in the world that will be able to take him down 1v1, so I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me, and then when you take away that big AoE, you know, damage, I suppose, with the Ravenous Hydra auto attacks coming in from Zoom, it just doesn't really have enough in the tank here for the side of JDG, and BLG just played the fights really, really well. I think the early game went very well for them. They kept in tow, they knew what they could and couldn't do, and were able to just capitalize on much better team fights.
Yeah, and you know, it just came from where JDG not able to find the opportunities available to them because BLG had topside pressure the whole time. JDG tried to do what they could, right? They had the Kalista set in bottom lane, so they did invade things like the blue buff when we talked about. They were trying to stack up dragons. But at the end of the day, BLG were able to get ahead in gold from their pryos and topside, and then they got to a point where they were able to transition into these full 5v5s, and their comp really just worked out for them. So for BLG, if they can secure a 2-0, again, I think that is massive when we are talking so much about playoffs recently, with the fact that we have so many team sitting on 6 wins. Every win matters so much, and any win over a team that is above you, I feel like it is a godsend. Is the most important and most valuable thing you can get right now. So yeah, BLG, ton of momentum going into game 2.
We'll see if they're able to continue that momentum or if JDG have something up their sleeve to say something about it. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, game 2 picks and bans will be right around the corner.
Not in lane. So with this priority, they can try and create skirmishes, they can try and
Spotted.
create dives, and I think they're going to do that.
Oh my goodness, this is the party you're looking for. LGD's early pro activity coming alive here. Ale already got one. LP looking to go down. No, he doesn't! And he gets the kill! That's huge. You get a double at least for the top laner. Ale, he's getting reset. They might look for a third as they're all still down here.
RNG are continuing to play towards that bottom side for Xiaohu. That's how they're splitting it up. Forgetting about the top lane for the time being. Good hook, though.
Great hook, as they're going to go in with the quickness and the grand entrance. It's a lot of damage on Tomeko, and it's...
Has to flash away. Okay, now Knight has been spotted. He's on a control ward. Nurby's just going to move on over. Remember, sole point here for FPX as they get onto Knight. True shot barrage, but Knight jukes back through the jungle. He's buying space, he's buying time for the rest of top esports. Nuguri, though, on the front line. He's going 1v3, the rest of the squad. Now to jump in as well. Yu Yangja low on HP. Jangle's still going strong, but no damage coming out. Cards falls is 2 for FPX as they manage to get themselves the Mountain Soul as well. Jing Tian goes down. Tian jumps on top of Jackie Love, and Knight has nothing in the canister. It's FPX to take the fight. Nuguri gets the birthday quadra kill.
Just looking at items, you've double Leandries, almost identical items pretty much for Angel and Huanfeng on the Ziggs and Malzahar combination. On the other side, actually Everfrost for Yagao, we're seeing this a lot more from players in the LPL. They're using it as more of a utility setup to try and catch out a prime target. And speaking of catching out a prime target, it's Zoom who gets hit by the Sonic Wave, and they will get himself the refresh. And oh!
What sex you are, doesn't matter. All
Right,
right,
enough projected. Now Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is, he's behind him, but Angel, he's going to... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog. He needs to... Oh, he spots it.
Oh, he's going for the source, and he flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
일단 약간 그런 비주얼 챔피언들은 잘 안 나오기 때문에 한 번씩 나오면 대처를 못 해가지고 잘 먹혀서 좀 쓰는 것 같고 앞으로도 그냥 기회되면 많이 쓸 것 같아요. 일단 BLG 대회 볼 때는 좀 약간 미드 정글이 잘해 보여가지고 정글 미드를 좀 많이 봐야 될 것 같아요.
Great interview there. If given the opportunity, he would like to play the Shaco. Did not play it in game 1 though, and that meant that BLG did end up taking the win and take the advantage now in this best of 3. I am still Penguin. He is still the fantastical Lyric, and we're going to be bringing you the second game. But before we get into picks and bans, we got a little bit to obviously discuss. And our MVP, our man of the Rift in game 1 was Zika on this Viego. He was just doing so much at the end of team fights to just keep those resets going.
That was the thing, right? The setup was there for him to pop off, and he definitely did it. Was always finding the ultimate to get the reset. And there was that one fight where he almost completely turned it around, and we even saw JDG Kanavi highlighting, right, that he feels like the mid-jungle coming out from BLG are players you need to watch. And I feel like both Zika and Weiwei showed that this game, definitely having a solid performance this time around. And Zika showing he is no slouch on what I consider such a super strong OP champion in the Viego, and he made it work.
Yeah, he really, really did. It's good to see in the Viego splash art that he does take care of his hair as well, just style it a little bit, you know, making sure that while bringing the encroaching mist and the everything else,
the natural windblown look.
Exactly, a natural windblown look. But we can see here just able to put himself into such good positions to just jump on top of the carries, and then when everyone tries to pull on top of him, he's already got the reset, so he's invulnerable and basically a waste of time to touch.
Yeah, you know, in this fight, right, using Heartbreaker, flashing and getting right on top of Loken, and it felt like this, right? You have all the AoE setup coming out, which always puts him in the good position, but he's using his flash, he's using his ultimate to close distance to get on key targets and to turn the fight around for the rest of BLG. So we're going to be looking at his performance again going into the next game, which going into the next game, we are going to have JDG once again on blue side. So we're going to see what kind of draft adaptations are able to come out. You talked about the Shackle coming out for Kanavi. He just said he wanted to play it, didn't pick it up in game 1. It was available to him. BLG actually being one of the teams who don't care if it's something maybe they don't have too much experience against or haven't played against all that much. They are willing to go toe-to-toe with it. And for BLG, I feel like when you're the winning team, you can keep it more stock and centered going into game 2 of like, hey, see what their draft adaptation is and then determine what you need to do. Because we saw in game 1, I really liked the draft that BLG put together, so I have a lot of confidence in what BLG can do in game 2.
Yeah, and for BLG, this is a really big moment for them, because not only if you can get the 2-0 do you get the 2-0, but in the standings, they would then own the head-to-head against JDG, which can be, considering how close all the game scores are coming into the last few weeks, can be the difference between you getting 5th and maybe even 7th or 8th. So really, really big difference there if they can get the win here today. And right now, it feels like JDG are the ones that need to find the solution. They are the ones that need to come out with an answer to what BLG have brought to the table.
Yeah, and for JDG, right, we saw in game 1, they put a lot of emphasis on what their bottom lane gets onto. We talked about how Loken's only played 5 champions to split. That did not change in that first game. Kalista is one of those champions, so to where you see a lot of other teams draft, I feel like full top side in the first rotation of draft. I mean, we definitely saw that in the first series today of WE versus LGD, right? You were trading things like the Zinzao Akali Silas for like Viego Diana Nocturne. JDG are a little bit crutched by not necessarily being able to do that themselves because they are limited in certain areas with what they can pick.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well for like JDG. If you look at the first round of bans in game 1, it was Thresh, it was Ziggs, excuse me. It was a lot of things that will just kind of be comfortable in that bot side, and once you take away that comfort, it did look like the Loken of old, shall we say, that a slightly weak link of JDG that doesn't really know how to get the advantage they should. So when you're going as a Kalista, you need to be getting early advantages. You need to find those early skirmishes in order to get the most out of your pick.
Yeah, and you know, I don't necessarily think it's like Loken's fault really too much in isolation. It's just the fact that they're already hampering themselves, which is draft in general, feels like it's really rough for JDG. And you can tell they're a team that has a lot of tendencies in how they play the game. Again, referencing their last series against Suning. Suning had a really clever level 1 ward that they put down and then were able to punish Yagao. So feels like JDG are a team that you can study how they draft, studying how they like to play the map, and it's very easy to respond. Even Zoom, who's played a ton of champions. Zoom has played a ton of champions, but not necessarily gravitating towards those strong meta picks, right? Because his second most played is the Ornn. He has pulled out things like the Trundle, which we've seen a little bit of. He's played things like the Set. It's actually his 4th most played as well. So definitely feels like JDG have not been a team to adapt so well to this meta. I feel like some of the things they did in the last game were fine. Again, we saw the idea come out of what they wanted to do, but it doesn't feel like they found or they pushed enough through the prio they had to garner enough advantages to bring them into the mid game strong against BLG's strong 5v5 composition.
Well, JDG making an adaptation now in their draft. They are banning away the Viego, but same old here for BLG, as I did get a little mixed up as they did not ban Ziggs in game 1. It was the previous series that banned the Ziggs and the Aphelios away from, I believe it was away from LGD.
You were right. They did ban Ziggs in game 1, but no Aphelios banned, so hey, we need more confidence here today. We saw BLG play with confidence. We need some confidence. They're hovering over all these picks. There's no way in my mind they would first pick the Kalista, so they are just going to lock in the Lee Sin. And for BLG, you would expect the Xin Zhao still to be what comes out. Maybe the other thing you can try and pivot towards right now would be locking in the Xin Zhao plus the Sylas, that being the other strong soul lane pick that is available, also provides AP, so a little bit of mixed damage coming in. We know that Zika can play it.
And it looks like that's exactly what they want to go for. They lock in the Xin Zhao and the Sylas to answer into the Lee Sin. So still a couple of things to still be decided in this first round of picks here. JDG going back towards this Kalista. LeBlanc was banned in the last game, and this time will be picked up by JDG on Yagao, but that could be a flex of the Sylas, so I wouldn't be too sure about that Sylas-LeBlanc matchup just yet.
Yeah, I would still expect it to go in the hands of Zika just because it is one of his most played, and I feel like it's where he's looked most comfortable, but you are right. It is always potential of a flex coming out. For JDG, bring out the LeBlanc. It is something that does fairly well into the matchup. For BLG, there's really no reason to change going away from the Ezreal, especially with the adaptation that JDG have made of bringing out the LeBlanc. So keeping yourself with something with more safety. You saw that JDG weren't really able to find enough of an advantage in game 1 to where it really mattered. Sure, they always had prio, but they got themselves one dragon. They stole away a blue buff and got some kills, but that was it. So gonna keep aiming on the Ezreal. We've seen in teamfights he's an absolute monster. There's that one clip of him playing around the Baron buff ball, which is just so absolutely clean. So I love that they're keeping him on this once again. And for BLG, they're just going to go back to the same bans they had last time around. Last time it was Rakan and Nautilus, but actually, there is no but. It's just Rakan and Nautilus once again.
It was, but this time around, JDG might be able to ban away the Leona as they picked up the LeBlanc themselves. They banned it away the last time around, but no, this time they're going to ban away the Camille. So I imagine BLG, you could just go with the Leona again here today, and there's no real reason to change this. I don't think PP God looked terrible on this pick, and I think that's something that if you have a struggling player like PP God, which we mentioned was having a bit of an issue coming into today's series, or at least into a previous series, having him on a comfort definitely makes a big difference for BLG.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering what JDG are going to go for in top, right? Because they banned the Camille, so that clearly signals that they want to go towards something, but when I think of Zoom's champion pool, there's nothing that stands out to me where it's like, hey, Camille's a must-ban champion that you want to go away from. We saw BLG showing the Jace, kind of signaling that one, but not a champion we really know Zoom for, something we've seen him pull out. Mundo is something that fits into his wheelhouse. They do already have a decent front line. I feel like for JDG, they might not have enough damage going into this game, but when you see a composition like this where you have like so many frontliners and your carries are LeBlanc and Kalista, it just signals to me of like, hey, you need to snowball this game so hard. Ooh, for BLG,
I love this.
Yeah. Bubu's picked this up before. Bubu has already played the Trundle top in solo queue, so Zoom having played it in the split thus far, I really like that BB's pulling out and saying, hey, I can play this too, because if you look at BB's solo queue count, he actually spammed this a bunch. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. So pulling this out against Mundo, pulling it out against a guy who's already pulled this out himself. They have a bunch of different frontliners on the opposite team. Also does extremely well against the Kalista with the pillar. And it feels like BLG once again coming out with a relatively good draft against what JDG have brought forward.
Absolutely, and we are experiencing BewBew's first career Trundle game. I am so damn excited for this pick, and this is a fantastic pick. I was thinking in my head while you were explaining the whole damage situation for the JDG, either a Trundle or a Darius would be fantastic into this composition just to put down the absolute pain into JDG. And honestly, I really feel like I'm loving BLG's draft. There's a lot of ways of setting up this Silas and Ezreal to be able to kite out these long extended fights. You have the Pillar of Ice, of course, you have the Xin Zhao and the Leona to be able to kite for you, and I just have a feeling that unless Yugao finds some very creative pathing, he's going to find it very difficult to get on top of this backline.
Oh, I definitely agree. And to go with that stat of first career Trundle in the LPL, he has played it 5 times in solo queue, all wins. So I think that is a pretty good sign for him on this one.
Take those stats.
Yeah, pretty comfortable on. But like you're saying, I mean, you have Trundle to shut down the front line. You have Zico. It's like, sure, okay, you're going to feel some pressure against LeBlanc in the early laning phase, but I don't think LeBlanc has any real targets to assassinate later on in the game. We know Amy's going to be fine to peel for himself, so you're going to have to try and burn his flash first before Yao can really commit to him. Every other member of BLG is actually pretty tanky and pretty beefy, so yeah, another low-range comp. You don't have a ton of DPS, or really any DPS later on in the game. All of your damage is burst focused. And you have a lot of tools on BLG to answer what JDG have put forth. So for JDG, I feel like we're looking at them once again to use that prio and bot lane to find advantages over Weiwei or over Zika. They do have a 2v2 mid jungle that comes online earlier into the game, and they can start using that to try to snowball advantages. Because if not, I think this is all BLG, and Penguin, we might be seeing a 2-0.
We may well be, but we'll see if Lumao has anything to say about that. Important to recognize, he has the Predator Ruin as his major, as his keystone mastery. So he is looking to roam around the map, leave Loken alone in that lane. Realistically, there is no kill pressure onto Loken if PP God and Aiming are just playing respectfully, and as he is. But I want to see Lumao. You picked this for a reason. I want to see him make it work.
I feel like that's just so weird, though. Like, you have a Kalista. I feel like leaving your Kalista on an island sounds quite strange. You have a Mundo up in top side. You know, it's like, so maybe going to be using it more to try to guarantee them to be able to find engages once we do hit the mid game, right? Use Predator to get in, and then you have the Kalista ultimate to be able to pull you out. But yeah, for Lumao, we're going to see how he uses it. I think looking for engages and finding picks once we get into mid game is probably the play. For JDG, I really think you need to be playing through mid-jungle and then playing through the pressure you have at bot lane. The fact that Zoom is Mundo, we're not playing around Zoom. Kanavi and Zoom actually have an incredibly low jungle proximity this split as well. We hit on it in last game, how JDG have really gone away from what they would do a lot last year of Kanavi pathing towards top lane all the time and giving Zoom at least one gank within his first pathing before transitioning to the opposite side.
Whoa!
Ooh, already getting aiming both summoners, actually.
We are going to see it. The cleanse, the flash. Loken with the rend picks up first blood. And that was the start we expected from game 1, but they bring it in game 2.
I mean, Loken and Lumao knowing they need to be the ones to step up to find the advantages when you have this sort of composition where your Kalista really is the main carry. They're going to be the ones to start it off. Lumao, great job of recognizing that and not only punishing PP God, but you find aiming. You find the man himself who had to blow both summoners. Yigao getting pressure in this mid lane matchup early on is what we'd expect it well. So full control for the JDG bot side. We know Kanavi's going to be guaranteed that Scuttle Crab, and we're going to be looking to Weiwei to see what him and BewBew are able to do with that topside pressure.
Important to recognize as well, Lee Sin's Kanavi on Lee Sin pathing down towards this bot lane, so will be able to answer or maybe even snowball JDG in this bot side, as we now see BLG getting the push into top lane. Pretty standard, very difficult for Raimundo to really do anything in this matchup. Trundle just sustains too damn heavily and can trade into you very, very nicely, of course, with the bite, taking away a lot of your AD trading capabilities. But now, where do you go if you're a side of JDG? Do you double down on this bot side? Do you look for something else? And actually, I really love the punish on this bot side. I didn't even recognize it before we came into it, but it was a tier start for aiming because he thought it was going to be a lot more passive.
Yeah, thought he would have room to look for it. And I'm just going to highlight for JDG. I mean, right now, BLG's bot lane's pushing out, so they're going to have the opportunity. One thing JDG can even look for with the fact that they have mid-pressure right is to see if that they can have Lumao and Loken build up a wave and even try to threaten dives in the bottom side. Aiming doesn't have any summoners, so definitely a bit of a window to do that one. You'll always have to be careful of the teleports coming out from the side of BLG to look for answers, but I think for JDG, you're definitely going to keep looking towards the bottom side. We already saw that in game 1, that was their plan. They weren't able to find the same amount of advantages that they already have this game, but I think very clear win condition for them. For BLG, I think it is a bit more, I don't want to say confusing, but for BLG, I think for Weiwei, you just really have to cover any aggression coming out. I think if you get to the same point you got to last game of mid-game 5v5 teamfights at Dragon, BLG should just be expected favorites to go ahead if JDG don't have a massive early game gold lead.
I'm also very curious to see how quickly Lumao and his health bar in particular go down, because we usually see with the set supports, you go in, you obviously have the aftershock, and then once the aftershock subsides, then you pop down the haymaker to get that big shield. Won't exactly have the same amount of setup as such, as we can see them both supports just trading out as they both get probably an equal amount, maybe a little bit more in favor of JDG, but again, curious and curiouser to see how this whole Predator set works.
I mean, we have seen it a few times, but I feel like when we have seen it, it's typically been with something like the Ezreal, where it's like you said earlier, right? It's about like, hey, he's fine, he's chilling. I'm going to be all over the map looking for these plays, not typically with the Kalista. So it's going to be fine in the early landing phase. We even saw in that last trade, right, that BLG's bottom lane doesn't really have any damage that they can output at this point in time to really deal with them. Luma also already having boots, so going to be able to look for plays and already using them. Still not going to be able to get anything down onto BLG. We also have Weiwei on this half of the map.
Oh, he goes for it, but now Lumao with no flash, nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. You can see already PP God jumping onto Loken, who is also summonerless after he uses his cleanse. Zika picks himself up a kill as reward for using his teleport, and that is just a little bit of overconfidence from JDG.
Really nice counterplay coming out from BLG when the enemy bottom lane is playing so aggressive, when they've already flashed when you look for this kill. They have the Predator, they're proccing the Predator. Just invest more resources in TPs to find these kills. There's no Sonic wave for aiming. Picott's still here, so Kanavi shouldn't be able to find anything.
But Yugao is roaming down. They haven't got a minion wave, though. This is really risky. The Q lands. PP God, though, is not the target. The heal comes out as Yugao gets himself out. The Ignite, though, is good enough to take down PP God. And that is going to be a nice answer back here from JDG.
It looked like between the Aftershock and the heal from aiming that it might have been enough to survive, but no, just on a nice edge going down. Kanavi going to turn that into a dragon, so JDG still going to be able to get an advantage off that one. BLG are still the team that's ahead in gold. If you actually look at the minimap, BLG are trying to answer on the opposite side. We're seeing Weiwei look for Scuttle Crab, going to get some deep vision down once again like they had in their last game. And you're going to see BLG try and find opportunities, but actually it's JDG going with the same strat as last game, stealing the blue buff.
This is not the play. The flash forward in. You can see Kanavi is now taken down, aiming with his second kill of the game. All over a blue buff. JDG, you need to cross your T's. You need to dot your I's. You need to make sure you know where everyone is before you invade.
And this goes back to a conversation we had last game about, you know, teams having windows and how to use tempo and like when it's your turn to make a play. JDG are the team that just made a play. They looked for the kills on bot and turned that into a dragon. So BLG are the ones coming off of base. They are the ones having tempo, can look for that play. So doing a nice job to punish JDG, maybe looking for too much. 3 plays in a row. And going to keep up that gold lead over 1,000 at this point. And it looks like Weiwei, I like what he's doing, right? We've seen him a lot of just hovering around mid and bot because for him, as long as you're counteracting, I'm going to stop Penguin.
Now we're going to see if Yagao gets jumped on, but just takes about half his HP, and Zika walks away. Rift Herald going to be spawning in 10 seconds time, so that's going to be the next objective, as we now see BLG just going to take a couple of different things. You can see nicely done there by him on the Pillar of Ice, as it does actually count as a hard CC if you can land it right underneath them. It does count as a knock-up as well, as we can see now Kanavi lands the Sonic Wave, but on top of a ward and with Wei in the wings. Not really the play you want to be going for just yet, as now Zika and Yagao might be looking for a bit of skirmish, but might all be in this top side. Here we go. Subjugate is down. There's the Pillar of Ice going to be used. Flash is still available for Zoom should he need it. He just popped out his ultimate, and that's going to be enough for him to get himself out. Kanabi finds himself a Silas and backs him all the way up, back up the top lane, as Yagao finds a Honey Fruit, and that should be the Rift Herald for the side of JDG.
Yeah, really nice, right? Zika starts moving towards top side. I wonder if he hadn't spotted Kanavi from when Kanavi was showing in Tribrush. So I feel like Zika had to know that Kanavi was coming down, but we're going to see here, going to force the engage. He already has the LeBlanc ultimate, forced to flash away, not able to do too much, and is going to be able to get away in the end, but like you said, does turn into this Rift Herald for the side of JDG. So JDG at least finding some small advantages that they need to. In the end, all that Rift Herald will probably be able to do is get them back the amount of gold that they're behind, but I feel like the bigger thing for JDG is opening up a lane on the map to start to be able to play through, get Yagao in a side lane, have him start roaming and playing off vision denial and finding picks, because for BLG, I still don't think the state of the game is all too bad for them. Aiming especially, having a bounty, already being close to his first item is something that is pretty good for the side of Billy Gaming.
And we see now Aiming getting rendered there as Loken and Lumao just threaten around the bot side, knowing that there was a 2v1 situation. Not really to fully commit though, as they recognize that Aiming has both summoners available, so very slippery champion is the Ezreal, as now Yagao just going to try and maybe see if he can roam over, get some vision, see if he knows where everyone is going, but might be a bit of an engagement here. Important to note, there is a stopwatch here for PP God, and he might be able to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, but we do have Kanavi making his way down now. Actually, just going to end up going for his Krugs. Both junglers being on the bottom side of the map means a lot of volatile action could happen. Zoom being the only one with TP, though. So in the end, JDG would be the ones who would be able to have more numbers here if any shenanigans broke out.
2 TP. Well, Zika will have his available to him very shortly. We have, of course, got the Ignite for Yagao in the mid lane, and if you ever listen to Dagda, he's not a fan of Ignite into mid lane. Feels like the teleport just has a lot more utility available to him, as Lumao and Loken might be in a little bit of trouble. The cleanse has to be used. Solar Flare has to be flashed away from. Lumao has to try and get himself out as well. Fate's Call has been committed. Yagao roams down. BLG, though, in a lot of trouble. Gonna hit with the briefcase and knocked down underneath the turret. Now Wei trying to deal with Kanavi and Yagao on his own. There's the Lee Sin kick to try and back this one away. The TP's gonna coming in from Zika, and it's gonna be a 5v4 in this entire bot side. The showstopper to try and start it all. Stolen back and used a little bit more effectively, though, by the side of Zika, but he can't really get himself into this fight. Amy flashes and dashes, but gets it all wrong and doesn't get over the wall. It's all JDG as Yagao picks up 3.
And in the end, it is a 5v4 on the bottom side because somehow Zoom is able to find a solo queue onto BLG when BLG gets the counter pick, and JDG being the aggressors in this bottom side fight, we were hitting on, hey, you need to be finding advantages through this bottom lane that you're picking up. Unlike last game, Yagao makes the move over Yagao on the LeBlanc, which, you know, Yagao's known for a bunch of picks, but I feel like at the end of the day, his LeBlanc has been the one to show up the most. No offense to Zoe, his Zoe, S+ tier as well, but man, I love me some Yagao LeBlanc, despite hating LeBlanc right now because everyone blind picks it too much. Point is, I'm tangenting too much. JDG pop off, JDG pick up the kills, and they are no longer the gold deficit.
And honestly, this is a great use of the Rift Herald as well. Yagao comes back out. He has got himself 4 kills. He is your carry right now. You mentioned the burst damage. You mentioned how the side of JDG will struggle the longer the game goes on. But, you know, he's really good at stopping a game from going on too long. A LeBlanc who can 100-0 in 3 or 4 autos. It's absolutely insane. And Yugao will be very, very happy with all of that being going into his back pocket. Of course, there is a dragon spawned as well, so about 1,000 gold lead in favor of JDG as they look to maybe work around this particular objective, but they still have to respect the Divine Sunderer that's been picked up by aiming.
Another thing is they've been on the map for a long time, right? No backs have coming off since some of the earlier plays, so seeing the Luden's Echo now picked up coming out from Yugao, and just realizing they can't stay on the map, they need to go for the resets to be stronger in the next skirmish. But another point going back to just what JDG now have, right, is before you were going to get to a point in the game where both Zeke and BB will be able to deal with Zoom and Yugao in a side lane. I think it's pretty clear to see that in straight up 5v5s at some point, BLG will just be stronger in the front to back. So the fact that you've gotten these advantages now onto both of your soul laners means that you're going to have a lot of time where both LeBlanc and Mundo will be stronger in side lanes than Trundle and Silas. So you're at least going to have a win condition where you can play from. You're going to have a point of pressure where you can start moving first, getting into the enemy jungle or the river, getting down deep vision, and looking for those picks with the LeBlanc. So JDG definitely have their advantages in the right places to be able to have avenues to play through and push this game forward to find a win.
Kanavi might find an opportunity here on the top side. Zoom does pop out his CC as the subjugate from BuBu has been used. Zoom needs to be a little careful. Never mind, he's got himself the ultimate, so should be able to get himself out, no problems whatsoever. There's the TP coming in. That's very smart from BuBu. Recognized that he was a dead man walking if he stayed, and TPs himself out to safety.
Yeah, so in the end, they're just going to have a trade on opposite sides. BLG, of course, picking up the bottom lane turret. Not going to be able to take down Loken and Lumao either. They were respecting, as BuBu was doing with that TP out from the play. Rift Herald's going to be up soon. BLG coming back on the map first, and looks like Zoom actually won't be able to pick up this turret, so 4BLG can try and set up some vision down in top side. Be the team to look for that Rift Herald play. Zika doesn't have TP just yet, but if it's even close towards the time where Rift Herald's coming up, then BLG can try and use that TV pressure from bot side to force a play on top.
BuBu with the cull actually on his inventory, so almost got that one stacked up, got himself about 17 or so more minions, so three or so waves should be enough for him to finish that one off, get him a nice spike in gold, and gold is pretty damn even with BLG able to take down that turret in bot side. JDG not able to answer. It means that BLG found themselves back in the ascendancy, and now with the Rift Herald being started, BLG are the first ones onto the map, they are the first ones in position, and no TP on Yugao means that he is nowhere to be found.
Nope, so this one will just be a free objective for the side of BLG. We're going to be looking towards where they want to use this one, but actually my eyes are moving down towards the bottom lane because all of JDG are collapsing.
They are looking for this. This is what you have to do when you pick up the Ignite on your mid laner. If you do not have that global pressure, you have to make advantages somewhat. You have to force the narrative, if you will, for the side of, for your team, really. As we can now see Zoom. A little bit of trouble. There's a TP going to be coming in on top of him. He does have flash available, so should be able to get away from the Everfrost. Or no, he should not. Does not respect it coming out. And that's a nice, easy kill there for BLG. They will, however, lose out on top side. Maybe even on Mima. Oh, Lumao doesn't like that one at all. Cleanse has to be burnt there by Loken as the Solar Flare was good. And JDG, they thought they might have been able to get 3 towers for 1 kill, but they get the 2 anyway, so they won't be too unhappy.
No, and it looks like we have a lot of action going down mid still. Okay, JDG are posturing for it. Yugao and Kanavi are moving over, but the last bit was really interesting, right? Because JDG were trying to threaten a dive in mid with Lumao roaming over, but that actually opened up the window for the Solar Flare to come out from PP God on Loken, so that dissuading the play. But JDG now, with how low mid turret is, you know, this like sense of security was just a mirage. Anytime JDG would have sent numerous members to mid, they would be able to break this one open. For BLG, not going to be able to answer on the other side of the map. So for JDG, still going to be able to keep the early advantages that they found. I do want to keep harping on the fact that JDG, in my mind, were expected to be the ones to get early advantages. They were required to find early advantages. So for BLG, the fact you're 500 gold behind, in my mind, still doesn't feel too bad. So this game definitely still extremely close on both sides, and I feel like we're only going to see this champions like this Trundle and the Silas start to be more useful than their counterparts on opposite sides as this game goes on. Luckily for JDG, I don't feel like we're anywhere close to that point in time. Yugao especially still quite massive on this LeBlanc, despite being 20 CS behind.
I have not seen a Boots of Swiftness build for a very, very long time, but BuBu feels like it is the option of choice for his Trundle in that top side, so trying to optimize himself, and I feel like this might actually makes a little bit more sense the way more I think about it. If he's able to get on top of Loken or even Yagao and just keep them away from the back line, keep them just constantly throwing their damage onto him while he's subjugating, it makes a lot of sense because that's exactly what his job is to do in these later game team fights.
Yeah, definitely gonna benefit a lot from that slow resist as well coming out from that one. But I don't think we have time to talk about that because Dragon up in 15 seconds. JDG already have mission control set up. For BLG, they do have Rift Herald, so they might try to move mid first, drop that one, and then you're setting up for PP God to find the engage. Yagao now showing in mid doesn't have any windows where he can just jump in, pop over from vision denial, and try and chunk someone out, but Wei already taking a good hit.
Oh, Lumao has to go into the Fate's Call nice and early. There's going to be the Rift Herald charging, so that's mid lane tier 1 down. There we go. Lumao jumps back in, but he has no way of getting back out without the showstopper. He jumps out. Xin Zhao is dead, and that is going to be a good little kill here for JDG, but can they continue this fight? Look at aiming. He's just untouched in here, and a big shutdown goes over to the Trundle in that mid lane. Rift Herald still pushing, and BLG are still hunting.
Yeah, and Zika trying to find the Abscond Abduct onto Krugs. That's not there.
And there's the Zenith Blade. They're going to be able to cap him up, and PP God won't even fall. Kanavi won't land the Sonic Wave either. And now you get everything if you're on the side of BLG. You just got a second Rift Herald charge as well. So there's tier 2 in the mid lane going down. The Baron is spawning in 45 seconds, so it looks like they're going to try and reset, get back out for the Dragon, and maybe look for that objective.
We're seeing the dynamic between having more, DPS and more damage as the fight goes on compared to JDG, who's just so burst line. BLG goes in, and you see both Loken is doing a great job of kiting out Weiwei to start this off, but Yagao especially gets a ton of bursts onto Weiwei. They find that initial kill, but then Zika flashing right on top of Loken does have the Zhonya's go down. BuBu forcing out his flash as well, and it's so weird that actually Yagao jumped in there at that point in time while the rest of his team is running away, but gives over that kill after his top laner does go down, and then PP God finding the Zenith Blade. Like you said, a player that we've been pretty critical of, not only this split, but this year as a whole, able to set up for BLG to find that, and that fight is just starting to show where it doesn't feel like BLG have really fallen far enough behind for it to be a relevant advantage for JDG. We did see, though, Yagao still does a ton of damage, takes away Weiwei, but once that one combos through, it's like, what else do you got? Ezreal, Silas, these champions offer so much more.
A 5-0-2 Silas, now with an Everfrost and a Zhonya's, I don't even think you can kill him. So your target is basically the Xin Zhao or the Ezreal. The Trundle should be able to survive it, and this is where your fears, and I say fears of every JDG fan watching this game, start to come to fruition. This is where they start to feel like this isn't going to be as cool of a game as they possibly hope, because you just don't have the consistent DPS to kill out on these later game team fights.
No, so they're really going to be relying on picks, right? So going to be a lot up to Yagao and Kanavi in my mind. BLG.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, they actually do a lot of damage.
They do indeed do a lot of damage, as we can see. Zika was spotted out, but some question marks going over this right now. The TP going to be committed to this one now as well. They now know what's going on with the Scryer's Bloom being used. TP on the backside of this, but this Dragon, or Baron I should say, is gone. Dead and buried. Zika jumps onto the backside to try and stop out Zoom, who has got himself the CC immunity, so he does not stop just yet. But the Mundo can only go as he pleases, as much as he possibly can. But Silas now jumping onto Loken, goes golden to keep himself alive. Loken is trying to use the cleanse, the Immortal Shield Bow, keeping himself just healthy enough. Yagao over the side, but he knows it's dangerous to go in, and aiming, free firing, knowing he's not afraid, knowing he doesn't have anything to be worried about, and the rest of JDG will fall back. They lose the Baron, they lose a kill, and honestly right now it feels like BLG are 100% in control.
And I can't believe that BLG, just able to cheekily peel towards the Baron, get it for free. JDG realize it when it's too late. And BLG today coming in with really good plans, drafts I really enjoyed against what JDG have picked up. And it feels like JDG are just, I don't want to say being figured out, because they're not necessarily losing in the same way that they lost to Suning, but I feel like you're seeing a lot of teams have good answers to JDG in the draft phase, and it's making it really hard for JDG to come in on the Rift, and it just feels rough. But we're going to see I don't want to just blame draft on JDG not doing well, right? The play is not up to stuff as well. Lumao in a really awkward position has to ult in with Weiwei, but Zika the whole time was on your backline, dissuading people like Loken and Zoom from coming in. So despite that first kill coming out, I feel like Zika once again in this team fight was the true MVP. And this series overall, not really been the best series from Lumao. It feels like both games he found these engages that were really disconnected from what the rest of the team wanted to do.
Yeah, and honestly, like we mentioned how without the Aftershock Keystone, he is just so squishy as soon as he goes into these fights, and has a little bit of armor and health, but not exactly something to be running home and telling your mom about, because it is nothing to be proud of just yet, as Yagao is basically the whole damage now for this JDG team. With this Baron buff now pushing in both mid and bot, they've synced up these ones very, very nicely. They should be able to go, as we can see a little bit of a replay, and I think it's just Lumao getting caught out here by Zika, and they just take him out. So yeah, it's more pressure here from... I didn't even notice that Lumao was dead, to be perfectly honest. I didn't even realize there were 4v5 on the map.
It just feels like at this point, right, it's pretty stock and standard. So, you know, another thing about the Predator point is now it's just a useless rune. I mean, you're behind. Yeah. You really don't have anything to use the Predator for. I mean, sure, if someone's still a straggler, you can catch them out, but that's BLG making a mistake. But look at Lumao. He has an angle to find a great ult.
He does, but he is just not really... They don't care about him right now. Turret goes down, and then they can turn back onto him. Showstopper to start it all off, lands onto 3, as we can see the True Shot barrage down across all 4 members. Zoom, the tankiest member of the side of JDG, just gets deleted, obliterated, aiming untouched. And now BLG are feeling good. They're feeling confident. They take mid lane inhibitor. They are going to go back down towards that bot lane and see what else they can find.
Yeah, they're going to be able to open up the base for sure. They didn't even have to blow too much in that exchange. They can keep going. Have the TP as well. Find the engage.
Find the engage. Tower goes down, but the Leona is dead. There we go. More fights happening and more deaths coming in for the side of JDG. I think it's all done. I think it's all dusted. I think that BLG have got JDG's number today, and there is nothing that JDG can do about it.
No, Zika especially having a great performance, being the main catalyst to shut down JDG.
And in a 2-0 fashion, BLG will take the head-to-head, will move up into the standings onto 7 wins. And now, JDG, you're starting to question a lot of different things, because you're being brought down into the medley that is going to be the playoff race.
Yeah, it's so strange, you know, just hitting on JDG first, right? Because JDG definitely had some, like, really nice series wins. They comfortably took a 2-0 against WE. They beat a team like Rare Adam, who was on the up and up. I think that was even right after RA beat LNG, so... it's so strange. Then they come into the following week and we see them struggle against teams like Suning. We've already hit on all their issues in terms of like champion pool and meta. And in my mind, I still feel like those are a lot of JDG's biggest struggles, especially in a region like LPL where you're never really going to see a team change their play style all too much or like what they do, right? Like even look at RNG. I think RNG is a prime example. It's not necessarily like RNG are really adapting to the meta. RNG are still playing the same way. They're kind of getting lucky that the meta's adapting more to them. So for JDG, I think you have a lot of questions to ask and pick ban, because their play style is, to me, the same as it was always. It's still about hopefully getting Luma out of lane and trying to play through the jungle role, but they aren't really being facilitated to do that all too well. And it does feel like they're sitting on some opportunities too much, right? I feel like there are definitely windows where JDG can be punishing where they aren't to their fullest effect. And JDG have no idea how to trade on the opposite side of the map. They do not, Penguin. Yeah. They're going to go in every single time.
I also think that just the Loken-Lumao combination, specifically today, just looked uncomfortable. It didn't look like they were on the same page. Like, I would have loved at level 6 when you have a Kalista set, and even just with the Predators, like, go ham, go nuts, go absolutely crazy, because you have that safety with the Fate's Call. You have the engage tools available, and they just never really did it. And now JDG, with that one series loss, go to 7-5. They started the day in 5th. They will end it down in 7th, and it's going to be BLG, who started up in 9th, going to be moving all the way up into 6th. It's just 1 win, 1 loss, game score. It's all massive coming into the final few weeks. And JDG, like, I'm looking at them right now and looking at their next few games as such, and it's RNG this weekend. That's going to be a tough game. Then you play OMG, another playoff contender. Then you play FBX, one of our top 3 teams. It's only in week 9 where you go up against Rogue Warriors, who have also found a little bit of form. So this is a rough road for JDG all of a sudden.
I mean, to be fair, right? Because I was thinking the same thing. Then you look at a lot of the other team schedules as well. It's like, heck, even BLG, they have to play RA and they got to play RNG. It feels like every team in the middle table right now.
It's just hitting each other at the perfect time.
Yeah, you know, props to LPL. They did a great job of saving a lot of the banger matchups for the last week to make sure we had the most suspense possible for the playoff spots coming out.
You'll leak the script. God damn it, Jordan. God damn, you can't be doing that.
Sorry, buddy. I don't get the script. I don't even get to pick that, you know, I didn't get the cast for last week. But hey, I'm done complaining about that. BLG, though.
Are you?
I gotta give... No, I'm not. But I gotta give BLG props because if there was any team I thought would fall out of playoff contention, it would be BLG. And this win, I think, is absolutely massive. Another massive, unexpected, but totally expected thing is Zika gonna be our MVP. I think in game 1,
Shock
where
Pikachu face.
In game 1, I feel like Zika had a good performance, but I still feel like it was a byproduct of a lot of the setup that he had to what he was able to do. This game, though, it definitely felt like Zika was the man making things happen for BLG.
It really, really did, and you can just see, just being proactive with his teleports, recognizing that he had the advantage. No matter what Yugao does, he cannot be here in time. There is just nothing you can do without a teleport in mid lane, and just being very, very smart about when and where he went in. This one was more, I feel like Zoom should have flashed, but you know, you live and learn as we come into the last kind of team fight. And again, it's just, what's Zika coming into this? He's just hanging back, recognizes he doesn't need to go ham just yet, and just as he now realizes if he uses absolutely everything, he can go ham.
Yeah, I mean, just exceptional performance coming out, and BLG are the team that now we're gonna keep our eyes on, right? Who they're going up against next, and next is RA. For BLG, they actually don't even really yeah, they don't even really have an easy team. Like, they play Ultra Prime, but even Ultra Prime, like Rogue Warriors, sure, they haven't picked up the same, like, wins that they have, but I feel like Ultra Prime have looked better in recent weeks, so no easy series left for a lot of these teams.
We will see exactly how BLG feel about it. More specifically, Weiwei, as he is standing by with our fantastic interviewer, Wendy, for the winner's interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Weiwei from Bilibili Gaming. So congratulations on this very clean 2-0 victory, and for today's game 1, we have realized that you guys just gave the last counter pick to Bilbil's cannon. So tell us more about the reason behind that choice. Maybe is this the Bilbil's confident pick, or is some secret weapons that decided by the coaching team to target on the opponent's draft? 那首先恭喜你们今天2比0战胜了对手京东嘛。那其实说到今天的第1局，你们是最后把第5手的一个 counter 的选项是留给了 Bilbil 的一个凯南，所以想问一下，这个凯南是 Bilbil 可能自己很自信的一个选择呢，还是说可能教练组整体觉得对面的一个阵容会是一个很好的克制的选项呢？
因为当时我们阵容没有 AP， 然后凯南的话要比中路 AP 英雄好一点，所以我们选择了凯南。
So at that time, based on our draft, we have lacked the AP damage in our draft. So that's a reason for us to pick that AP champions for the top lane. And we feel like the AP top lane can be a better choice than the AP main lane. So that's a reason for us to just chosen the cannon. And also the cannon have super good performance. And then I want to talk a bit more about the champion choices for this Li Xin and Xin Zhao, because definitely both these two champions are the top tier jungler choices in the current meta. And we feels like in today's game, both game 1 and 2, JD Gaming opponents have just locked down that Li Xin in the first pick. So how would you evaluate the strengths from these two champions respectively? And could you know more about the priority between these champions from BLG as well? 那其实说到，我们还想提一下，就是可能关于打野英雄的一个选择，因为我们有注意到这2局，其实卡纳维都是直接一选下了盲僧这个英雄嘛。盲僧和赵信，我们也看到了2局这2个英雄的对位，他们2个无疑都是这个版本可以说是万金油的打野选项。那你觉得他们2个的优势点各自都在哪里？然后在你们队内可能会把这2个英雄的优先级把谁放得比较高一些呢？
这两个英雄就是前面打架会比较厉害，打那种小规模团战比较厉害。这两个英雄的话，我感觉都差不多吧，就我们队也是都可以，两边都可以玩这两个英雄。
So basically, I feel like both Xin Zhao and Li Xin, they can be super strong in the early game skirmishes, and we can just use these champions to play super aggressively from the early phase. So, and in terms of our teams, we just feel these two champions are quite similar. So we don't have the much difference in the priority in terms of these two champions. And also in game 2, we feel you guys really have seek a very good opportunity to rush the Baron right after 20 minutes, and you guys also win the following team fight. So tell us more about the communication about how to decide the time mark to just rush that Baron. 那其实说到第二局，感觉你们在20分钟，就是大龙刚刷新的时候，就找到了一个非常好的时机，直接就 rush 掉了大龙，并且赢下了后面的团战。所以想问一下，当时队内是怎么样去沟通，然后去找到一个很好的时间来 rush 这条大龙的呢？
因为当时我们看到他们要追我们的巨魔嘛，然后他们 AD 当时也逼了，然后我们刚好在大龙那边做好视野，然后就想着动一下吧，就有机会就可以 run 掉。然后他们没过来，我们就 run 掉了。
So at that time, we have realized the opponent's team they would like to target our Trundle, our top lane, and then because we have the vision around the Baron pit, and we have already noticed the opponent's AD player, he recalled to the Nexus, so that's the reason for us to tend to rush at Baron, and luckily they didn't manage to just arrive to the Baron pit in a short period of time, so that's a reason for us to successfully rush at Baron and win the following team fight as well. And my last question is, now Bilibili Gaming, you guys have 7 wins already, and this can secure the standings, secure the positions in the standings, and today is also Aming's birthday. I believe today's victory is a best gift to him, so do you have any message to your teammates, to Aming? 那最后一个问题也是，你们现在 BLG 也来到了7胜了嘛，就感觉在排行榜的位置也是更加的稳定了。然后所以说，今天同样呢也是我们 Aming 我们 AD 选手 Aming 的一个生日嘛，所以说也相信今天的胜利是对他最好的一个礼物。但是同样作为队友，你有没有什么话想对他说呢？
希望他晚上请我们吃顿好的。
I hope he can invite us a very good dinner tonight. And I hope so. And congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们 and see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy and Weiwei, and happy birthday to Aming. Great birthday gift to get a win on the day, and honestly, some great answers, some great questions as well, and recognizing that there are just opportunities in the draft right now to exploit these very bog standard, as he said, top lane picks.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And BLG, I mean, props to Coach Kim as well, right? Coming over this year, doing a great job with BLG. And, I like that Weiwei is such a stone cold killer, didn't smile almost at all, except at the very end where he said he hopes Aming brings them all to a nice dinner. So hopefully Aming, help out the homies, help out the brothers. But yeah, BLG, nice win. Lumao, JDG, not the best day. And when we talk about not the best day, Penguin, I feel like that kind of tees it up for something that you do. Not the best day.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what you're going for, because I wait until my director calls. You do not dictate to me. He is the one who dictates to me when we move on to the next section. But just quickly moving on to BLG, just before we obviously do end up and look at all the different results and stuff like that, is that for BLG, this can be a huge win for them, and like we mentioned earlier, the wins don't mean as much, but the losses really do hurt. And not losing today, not even dropping a game, can be such a momentum swing for you coming into the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially when you do have such a volatile schedule like RA and RNG, which I would say BLG comes in as underdogs. Definitely not insurmountable odds by any means, but underdogs, to say the least. Then you have a team like IG, which is always a bit of an X factor. You're definitely a favorite against IG, but IG are also that team that can randomly beat someone. Then you have Ultra Prime. I'd say the one team you're a comfortable favorite against. So for BLG, the fact you get this win against JDG, I think does give you a bit of a sigh of relief. It's okay, cool. We have a bit of breathing room in terms of maybe if the IG series goes a bit wacky, that there's still some wiggle room there.
there is still a little bit of wiggle room. And I've been told by my fabulous director that we are now time for looking at the results at the end of the day. And let's have a look at how we got to here. It was a relatively quick day, all in all said. We got ourselves done and dusted in nearly 4 hours time. So 2-0 for WE. They honestly smashed LGG. And as you just saw there, BLG comfortably dispatching JDG. And now you can see, look at these score lines. 7-4, 6-7, 7-5, 7-5. And let's have a look at how the table looks, and oh my word, look at how clumped up it is in the mid.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. Second place through 12th. I mean, that's only a 3-series difference. There's so much room for any team to fall down, to not make playoffs, and even vice versa. There's so much room for teams to get good buys, to get deep in playoffs, secure themselves, a good amount of points to, if they don't make a great playoff run, get to the regional qualifiers. Like, there is so much room for you to control your fate in this last few weeks of LPL. Let's remember, we have, this week followed by the last 2 weeks, and yeah. There's time is running out. Mundo's got a business meeting to get to, Penguin. I've heard that far too much in the past 2 weeks, but
yeah, because you've been hanging out with hysterics far too much, obviously, and it's gonna look at what we have tomorrow, because of course we still have more LPL to come into, and again, more mid-table madness as Suning take on LNG and FBX take on OMG. Those games could have massive implications depending on who's able to take the dubs.
And I'll be honest, that first series especially, I have no idea who could win it, because LNG and Suning are kind of opposites. LNG on a massive high to start off, kind of coming back to earth a little bit, but bringing a sub bot lane look really good recently. Suning overall, in their last few series, looking relatively good. So
they look all right.
Yeah,
they look all right.
Mid-table madness, a great way to put it. And I like your tempered, reasonable take. They look okay. Every LPL mid-table team right now, they look pretty okay.
Yep, they're pretty alright, and that's going to be the final call I get from my director telling me it is time to end the stream. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined us. Thank you, Lyric, for bringing me through all the nitty-gritties, of course, and a thank you to all of our back-end staff, our audio, our directors, our producers. Without them, absolutely none of this would be possible. And until then, we'll see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.
go.
I know dreams. I had my